it'll be alright. I wanna go, I wanna fly, I wanna take myself to a new sky. I wanna live, I wanna die, I wanna thank myself for getting out. Of the other side, I wanna go, I wanna fly, I wanna take myself to a new sky. I wanna live, I wanna die, I wanna thank myself for getting out. Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VisionGaming Invitational, the second edition, day number 2. It seems to be all the numbers are lining up quite nicely here on, of course, Irie Legacy. We hope you have enjoyed so far all the action that has preceded your screens on day number 1, and that being the case as well. Slightly no changes yet in the commentary booth. There will be a few spices being changed for the new year, and maybe some old people will be getting tossed into the care home at last. But what isn't in that regard is Spooks. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, Danny. And Danny, it's the first time I'm hearing you talk about yourself as old. That doesn't happen often. Normally, you just deny it or try to talk around it. But this time around, I'm proud of you to accepting it.
Anyways, we'll move swiftly on to day number 1. In terms of the recap, we might as well use my old age as something useful here, Spooks, as well, too. And that is, of course, the group table so far of Group Strobe. I must say, it was a surprise, this group as well, too. A lot of disappointment at the bottom. NSX, Irella. That's
I knew it.
all we're going to mention of you this stream as well. That's near enough a guarantee. But we'll move to the higher ends, and that's the top 4, Spooks. I mean, what a performance by some of those teams. Even though it might not look like it, it was actually a tighter battle than some would have thought.
I mean, we'll start from the bottom of it all, and you see Atlantide Wave having the same game differential, or at least win-loss differential, as Ladies First and FC Nesix. But they just won through because they had a better game differential. Won more games, meaning they go through from there. Then you go a bit up, and that's probably the biggest surprise out of this entire group. It's Team Solid, going 3-2. Very well done for them, taking that 3rd spot from this group. And a tiny bit up from there, you have Irie Legacy, the one we probably all of us expected to take first, taking 2nd. Losing out on the 1st place spot in this group, and that is Eopic, who takes the victory and going 5-0.
Well, with that being the case of 5-0 Group Trox at the moment, all zeros on the board. That means they haven't played a game, unless somebody got their maths extremely wrong. But this is day 2 after all. ChromeGG. We'll just leave that very awkward name because we'll get on to them more specifically later on. Miss Esports, on MonkeySquad, TT Willhaben, VisionGaming Venom. That is what is on the schedule today. But just with that being the case, we might as show you how the playoff bracket is slightly shaping up here, Spooks, because it is going to be a very difficult situation for some of the teams here and where potentially the group lies. And so we can already imagine how some of these matchups are going to be. And OPEX Gaming playing against Trox, number 1 on the top seed. They're not going to get an easy one either way here.
I mean, looking overall at this, you see for all, mostly at the last seed coming in from the group, Atlantide Wave has to play, of course, the 1st seed. That's always going to be a tough fight. You're going to have to fight someone that's going to be on the same level as Eopic, who, speaking of, has an easier time. Of course, taking that 1st spot, meaning you get to play the 4th seed, and I think they will be very, very happy with that.
Well, very happy, very smiley. It all seems to be so joyful at the moment. That's because none of the results are in, and I haven't started roasting yet. And I'm in the mood from listening as well too. So let's see if we have some burns ready to hand out. That means it's the team introductions, and we'll go more in depth as well with the lineup as well too. So Spooks, we'll start with MonkeySquad. Anywhere you want to start very particular with this lineup?
Small little name change in between. It's now Tabs, Lethal, and Flexi. It's still the same team playing. It's still hopefully the same roster that they're gonna be playing with. It's a team that I feel is gonna end up in the middle of the pack, maybe around the 3rd, 4th spot. But we could see some upsets happening. You never know in these types of groups.
Well, you never know. That does mean we'll be moving quite swiftly on. I'm going to be slightly nice here just for the time being. We'll move on to the Venom itself, VisionGaming. The organisation has taken a blow, especially earlier already in day number 1, especially with ladies first. A slight upset there, had a bit of hope for them, but Marco Swiss, Kiev, Skies, and Nukes. Nukes was on the pre-show, Spooks. Very knowledgeable man himself, coaching this particular player as potentially substitute. I must say, nice to see, if you want to describe it, the younger side of the team getting a chance to play, but I don't have much hope here.
I think for this side, it's going to be important to take wins and take games, especially. If you can take a couple of games off the people that are expected to take 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, you might pull an upset or might pull what Atlantic Wave did, where they only took 1 series win, but they got through to the game differential. If they can do the same thing, I think they will be very, very happy with themselves.
Well, very happy. And speaking about VisionGaming as well too, we might as well move on to the Miss Esports roster as well too, because that game differential was a key argument sponsored for Atlantic Wave. This is a team who was playing right quite recently within this very week and lost to me. So potentially 6th place already. That just shows you the potential quality on this side here. Very good friends with all the players as the main roster here, Spooks. But generally, if you do lose to me, it's not good signs.
Losing to the old man himself, that's always going to be a tough pill to swallow. Maybe they can do it a bit better now, and they weren't expecting you to play that good, as you are a quite capable player. No shame on that, you do know what you're doing. So maybe they weren't just expecting it and will be all guns blazing this time around. So what do you expect them from this? Do you expect it's going to be like one of the bottom 3 teams, or do you expect them to be able to pull an upset?
Well, let's just say it probably won't be as bad as a potential 0-5 team. There might be an upset with this team. Reasonable quality there. Kiva, of course, from the TCS has the knowledge as well too to provide, calm things down, so that could be the save and grace of this team as well too. We'll see what they will provide on our screens, because they are part of our first game. We'll break down further on that potential possible case, but Spooks, moving into potentially tournament favourites of the entirety of this tournament here. This is, I'm very disappointed with this team, especially their team name. I'm not even going to attempt to say it, but the English translation of it is very much strange, to put it politely.
We'll just call them EGE, because I do not want to pronounce their name, because I don't know how to pronounce their name. But it's a roster that has some talent in their roster. Of course, Fleek, Sapphire, Taz, and then the sub being Morks. Putting Morks on as a sub is a bit interesting to me, but we may see him play actually, because that is just a full team that, of course, like you said, expected to maybe take everything, take it all, and I would not be surprised if they do. It's such a good roster.
Well, such a good roster as well, but sadly the windshield wipers will be disappearing on our screens as we move swiftly on to the suds of potentially ChromeGG of this very much tournament. And this has a few shake-ups as well too. It's not as a window clean style performance where you think this will be a challenger, as there's a few substitutions highly tipped on this roster, as it's not the full size coming around.
No, it's indeed not. It will be, if I am correct, LU, Futura, and Shane playing this time around. But that doesn't take away from this roster. They are still one of my teams to make the top 3 in this group. And honestly, I would be surprised if they don't. Yes, they're playing with subs, but don't take away from those subs at all. They will be good to do everything in this series.
Well, doing all they can do, and least but certainly not last. There's a few people I can make a jokes on this one, but I will not do it. overall as well. But that is your 6 teams for, of course, day number 2 all wrapped up here. But Spooks, we might as well focus a bit more eagle-eye, shall we put it, of course, to our actual first day of the series, MonkeySquad versus Miss Esports. And you asked the question, what did I think of Miss Esports, or what should I expect? And Barney said in the day 1 chat, I can't wait for Danny to roast me. So I'm happily to oblige. I expect nothing.
It's always beautiful when you start off that way, Danny. But taking a bit of a briefer, listening in on them, and I do have a feeling that MonkeySquad is gonna be taking this in a 3-0 fashion, starting us off where yesterday we ended with just sweeps all around the board.
All sweeps over the board. I mean, 3-0, 3-0. Some would say it's boring. Some would say very repetitious. We might be on the verge of knocking that, but I hate to be a spoil sport to that. I don't see this happening with their first game and see this being a 3-1 potential. And to give credit to Miss Esports, they can string a couple of passing plays. They can string us some moments of decent, but it's just the problem is I don't think they're a competent side, and especially in heavy-duty tournaments. Let's put it that way. And I don't want to be cruel to them, but they don't seem to side such to provide some vigor into the tournament. Let's put it that way.
You say you don't want to be rude, and then proceed to be rude to them, Danny.
Oh, I can be much ruder. This is me holding back. Let's put it that way. So, look, I'm good friends, especially with all 3 of them. Watch their streams as well. Seen them actually warming up. Not necessarily maybe for this particular tournament. I can't say that for absolute certainty. Seen them how they played as well too. The problem is going to be their pace of the match. That's how I'd say it as well too. But speaking about pace as well, lethal as a player. Seen him play a few times, Books. Does know how to inject into the game quite well. Tam's moving on to that particular player as well too. Probably going to be the star highlight player. That's one of those ones where you sort of going, are they going to support or feed the player in question?
Well, that is always a big interesting thing because, like you say, they have a bit of maybe a better player in their roster than compared to maybe some of the others. Then how do you adapt to that? We saw yesterday with, well, in my eyes, Irie being normally one of the people I expect to do really well, and the team really did not adapt to that too well. You, of course, have said your fair share of words onto that. And we will be saying our fair share of words on MonkeySquad and Miss Esports as we get almost underway with game number 1 between these 2 teams. Of course, remember yourself, it is a best of 5 and anything can happen.
Well, since a very long retirement of approximately a week, I believe, or somewhere around that field, Tabs does finally return to the field as well. Rumour has it it's also a longer retirement than one of mine's as well too, but the match looks like it's temporarily DC'd, or nobody has decided, yep, a full DC in the form of one. That's very much typical. We expected this one to go smoothly. It doesn't happen. So it's nice to know that Tabs lasts longer than his retirement, at least.
I know no one can see this yet, but Miss Esports has the most beautiful profile pictures on all of their team. My respect for them is through the roof right now, Danny.
Barney, I know you're watching that. DM me the picture, please.
I mean, it's 3 different ones.
Oh, no, I know. I want them all to be sent to me. We'll see how good the quality of these pictures is, but well, gentlemen, you have set the marker down. Let me put it that way. If these aren't good quality, the roasting's going to go up quite a bit. We will have this match started hopefully shortly soon. One of the players have temporarily disconnected, whether the substitution comes in or not at the moment, but bit of an awkward situation, but may as well get further on to that sort of topic in terms of Towers with his temporary retirement, getting a bit of roasting within the scene, especially how soon and how quickly it seems to be returning. But is it just a lack of motivation, perhaps, in terms of actually his playing career? Or what sparked it? That's always going to be the biggest question to that.
Well, about retirements, I normally am not too familiar with what happens, why people go into retirements. Of course, I'm one of the newer generations. We don't retire as quickly. But Danny, you're the master of retirement, even though I think you're more in the department of failing the retirements.
No, I was quite successful. I was just asked to come back so many times. I just got fed up being asked. But retirement generally is usually one of those points when you just run out of motivation. Personally, that's how I see it. What do you have to achieve, or what is your goals to be set here? The Swiss scene is difficult. I mean, if you just look at TCS in the recent last couple, the level keeps going up and up and up. That's going to be a difficult one to sort of judge here. But Spooks, I mean, you talk about retirement as well. A few players on your coaching career has also retired quite soon as well too.
None of mine have retired just yet. They've just stopped playing. There's a difference, Danny.
I don't know. There was a few difference of opinions on Twitter on that one alone, Spooks. Let's not be a little bit unfaithful onto that regard.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea.
We see Spooks as just being a pretty face and denying everything on stream here at the moment. We are just getting this lobby recreated for everybody who is just tuning in at the moment. It seems to be everybody quite happy at the moment, Spooks, and I think we should get this match underway. Do you?
I would like to get this match underway. Let's just make sure everyone stays happy. As long as they don't listen to us casting, they should be staying happy. If they do listen to this, I hope their mental health is very solid, because I have a feeling some of the defensive touches won't be as solid.
Well, it won't be as solid here. We will see more in the full, hopefully 1080p of these profile pictures at Miss Esports, but that requires them to actually score a couple of goals. They weren't very successful at doing that department earlier into the week. We'll hopefully see that change today here as they have decided sportingly use my face without even asking permission.
I mean, your face is everywhere anyway, so I don't think they really care that much. They are very happy to use your face. It's just more branding for Danny. But it's Barney starting us off in the orange half, looking to create something, looking to show us that beautiful face. Can he get it down? Just a tiny bit of boost would have helped Opti quite a lot.
That's a sentence I think Spooks was never going to say in his casting career, but here we are anyways as a sneer shot comes in. And Revenge, near enough hoping for the moment straight down, and Barney too slow to move on to it, but defensively aware, and that's a miss from Miss Esports. At least they're living up to their name.
I mean, I don't think anyone expected that to not happen, as the ball gets put up high. Lethal back down to Revenge. Can he get it on target? It has good control, but Opti brings it back down. Shot is there, and Opti just blocking it all off, doing it all by himself.
Nice, a few pops up by Opti as well, but not up quick enough here as this ball going further down here. If we were comparing day one's opening group matches, we already had a goal at this stage. We were near enough knocking on to 2 at this point in time here as Barney leaves that one down, and Opti at least there and around. Quick shot and another miss by Miss Esports.
Barney taking it all the way back, looking for some control. Pushed back into the middle. Opti pushes it forward. Can Barney get to it? No, Flexi is quicker than anyone else. But it's once again Opti, and I have a strong feeling I'm going to be calling out Opti's name quite a lot during the series.
Sorry, who?
Opti.
Sorry, who?
Yeah, Danny?
Yeah?
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 Is this the level that we're going to start off with?
I don't know yet.
As Danny is already in his mood once again. It happens with age. It comes and goes. Revenge trying to come this offense all the way forward, but can't bring it there. Sadly enough, now Lethal pushing it back forward. Flexi getting the shot close to the front of the net. It's a double, and it is a beautiful opener from Flexi.
Now, it's nice to see the opening goal will come very much in the way that it has done. And there's Opti, there's Barney, and, well, I see that Barney won't be singing any songs anytime soon. That was a wild mistake. Nonetheless, here, half of the game gone by, and rightly so here. This needs to be Miss Esports' opportunity to get into it, and, well, I don't feel like they're going to have a successful turn of the events here because they have barely got out of their half yet.
Lexi pushing it back high for revenge. Can he take control of this? He does bring it back down, and I think for MonkeySquad, what you're gonna see a lot coming out is a bit of chaos, or at least attempted chaos, where they're trying to bring in some awkwardness, some awkward shots, some weird shots, and just, well, do exactly what their name suggests and go monkey on that ball.
You really make that pun. I'm disappointed with you, Spooks, with that one.
You were already disappointed with me anyway.
Well, that's true, but even more so now. But that ball will be a certainly disappointment to Flexi after its first goal, not able to force it right through here as this ball precarily into the situation that needs to get out here. And Opti, as we said, we'll be saying his name quite a lot today here, is into the right position. That's a decent save attempt, and Barney must be on train tracks at the moment. He only knows how to go up and down. There is left and right on your controller, by the way.
I mean, maybe one day he will find it as Lethal, trying to find a way through to maybe get that second and secure the first game win. This was an easy drop down. Shikaisi creds it up and away. And a good demo from Opti leaves some space open. Can he take control of this? Well, he does. Looking for some control once again, trying to bring it into the middle. It won't be allowed. And so far, what I'm noticing from MonkeySquad is a very controlled type of gameplay that they're bringing out. They haven't really looked awkward. They haven't really looked out of place. All touches they've had were quite controlled. It's just that the defense from Miss Esports has held on better than I think most of us would have expected.
Very much so. Well, to be fair, I expected them to concede much earlier. Like 10 seconds in.
Aren't you such a nice gentleman? As Revenge gets the shot there, a save from Opti, near enough at the edge of his own goal line. And it's now Miss Esports trying to transition back onto offense. Flexi not allowing it. 10 seconds counting down. It's Lethal. Can he get another touch into the middle? He does, but they're just wasting time. You see, no one is really pushing up as Barney does get a good shot on target. And this ball barely drops down inside.
Where do you want to start on this one, Spooks?
We can start on multiple points. It's maybe that MonkeySquad has controlled almost the entirety of this game, or that MonkeySquad only needed one save today, and I believe that was the one that we got near the end. Or we can talk about how Miss Esports almost scored that with 0 seconds.
We could
You're
do
first.
that. I'm just disappointed with Miss Esports, to be truthfully honest. I'm slightly disappointed with Flexi after such a key opportunity, but the save nonetheless decent enough here. But for the opening game, I'm actually surprised by the quality to some extent here by Miss Esports, because frankly I had them written out to lose this 3-0 quite comfortably. So there is hope for them at least to win one game, and that was our point in the pre-show, how much a single game could be the difference.
Is this you just ego boosting yourself now, Danny? Oh, Miss Esports is actually not doing that bad. And that's just because you beat them once in ranked, isn't it?
No.
No?
If I was going to ego, I would tell you the other part of the story.
Oh, you scored, didn't you? Or something like that.
I can't remember if I did or didn't.
Then you didn't, because you would have definitely remembered if you scored against Barney.
No. Put the replay off it somewhere.
Well, it is Shikaisi who gets the ball in front once again. Can't do it himself. Now Flexi with the control, getting it over Opti. Good pass into the middle. Can the double be found? It's shot on target, but just the bounce going too high. Lethal with the flip reset and gets the goal way quicker than what they did in game number 1.
And unfortunately not the second one to follow through, but 3 required touches to get that one in, and 1 big miss by Miss Esports there. Once again, crucial, and they conceded it much quicker this time, as expected. Now can they actually show us a little bit more flair on the attacking side? And there's Barney over to anybody of his own team. No. Well, so we go back into the defensive duty, it seems.
I mean, you all need to do something in defense. You can't all be the entire time on offense. It's just
never
that
been
Miss
on
Esports
offense.
hasn't been on offense that much this series. I mean, they did get 1 shot at least already, as Flexi brings it back into the middle. Ball gets put away once again. And you know what they say? Offense is the best defense, but sometimes the defense is the best defense. And it seems that that's what Miss Esports is going for, Danny.
Are they?
I hope so. Well, at least an opportunity presenting itself. Opti can't get to it. Second touch not found either. But you guys have still an opportunity right here, Ball. Not getting in front of the net. And this is a double commit, and this should be the 2-0. But the ball gets missed, and it hits the post, and it's still not in, Danny. That should have been 2-0.
I love how one of the players of Miss Esports have exactly the face of probably Poland right now. That was a clean opportunity. And frankly, Miss Esports should have been punished for it here. The second touch, third phase of play here not working out. And Barney lacking sort of the ability to boom with some authority. There has been a lack of a dictatorship here for MonkeySquad here. After all the pressure they have got, their kingdom is almost at jeopardy with that 1-goal lead.
People trying to get up onto an offensive push. This one gets blocked out. Now the control from Opti. That control gets put away quite quickly. Now Revenge can't find the bump himself. Opti does find a demo in the midfield, leading to his team surviving for a tiny bit longer as Revenge doesn't get a good touch and can't get it past the defense, but it's still in the middle. And once again, it's just Miss Esports not being able to get out of their own half. Still, as half of the game is gone, 0 shots, Danny.
We aren't surprised, are we?
I'm never surprised.
I'm not surprised by that shot either. Straight at the keeper. And the outcome was a required save of 2 minutes. So what's left for Miss Esports to hang on to this 1-0 deficit as that one crossbar tips on in. It is 2-0, and Miss Esports is doing their greatest impression of 3 bronze players.
Oh, Flexi taking the goal, flexing that he needs more stats. You can probably already assume what went on in the VC right there. Probably Flexi saying like, mine, even the goal was already going in.
That's the same joke you done from yesterday, by the way.
What?
The my joke.
It will come back always, Danny. Now you've made it obvious, and as you said it, I will bring it back once again today.
Fair enough. I'm only here for at least half the broadcast, by the way.
Oh
so.
yeah, I forgot. You're lucky. I will be annoying our other caster tonight.
I don't know. You have maybe more in common than you might think as well too. But small tip on a certain change that will be happening in front, but no change on terms of the scoreboard. There, 2 consecutive kisses off the sidebar here leaves Miss Esports wondering when they will have a shot on target, and does that actually count?
No. Not even that one counts. It's not allowed. It's just gonna be one of those matches. Flexi looking for the double once again. Can't get it himself. And now it's up for Barney. Gets it over 1, but can't get it past the second. The ball pushes itself towards the forward side. Opti can't beat out Lethal. And that's just how this entire game has been. It's just been non-stop. Oh, you can't beat them out. And Lethal finds a goal once again.
So how's the Welling?
It's actually kind of bad. It's raining outside.
Is it raining?
Yeah, it's been non-stop raining the entire day through. We were walking the dogs and like it was just non-stop pouring down. Quite annoying, really.
Yeah, it's been pouring right in front of Miss Esports' net. And nobody with shelter either. And Barney has his first shot.
Yes!
Yes!
Woo!
Miss Esports have got one. They have got one. We're not talking about a goal. There's a single shot here. And I'm sure when Octane GT does the stats, or whoever the mathematician is, will be proud that it won't be 000s.
I mean, the first one, they also got 1 shot. So now they've gotten 1 again.
Yeah.
Maybe they get 2. It's still 16 seconds left. They still have an opportunity, but they need to take it quite quickly as Revenge hits it high. Shikashi gets it gone back down. Revenge takes it just 1 more time. The clock's running down. We all know where this is gonna go. They get 1 more shot. Is it gonna be in? They
got a goal!
actually do it!
They've got a goal! A complete Christmas miracle. Sadly, a few days too late for it. Congratulations, Barney. Can we just end the series now, because it's only going to go one direction, and that's downhill.
I mean, you were talking about a 3-1. They at least got 1 3-1. Too bad we won't be seeing that. Most likely, we won't be seeing that in the actual series score.
Yep, that's true.
On other notes, if I see this correctly, Danny, you want to know who just swept who?
FC Nessex has swept himself out of the tournament.
Yeah, that's already happened yesterday. I'm talking about today.
Oh, then I don't know them.
TT Willhaben just got swept by ChromeGG. Seems the subs were struggling tonight.
Well, struggling to quite some extent as well too, and I'll put it politely as well. One of our Newcastlers joining the bench may have more to talk about, quite literally, when it comes to one of the players on that roster. We will hopefully get onto that much later, but an upset. But a small lightning show, at least on our displays here, Spooks here. But the only thing that has been lightning has been Barney's quick impression of going and get to the ball when it's on front of the line, it seems.
And I just got information that it's a forfeit win, so that's why it's a 3-0 win. Still though, as the ChromeGG side, you will take that, and Levo will take another goal for his stat padding.
Well, that's quite less impressive knowing that's a forfeit win.
Yeah, it is, but still.
Oh well, we have more time to break this entirety of round one down and potentially a few interviews as well. Personally, I would love to have Barney on. I know we normally do the winning side, Spooks, but I would like to have Barney on.
We can probably fix something, as this is a good save, though. Keeping themselves alive. Of course, as a caster, I have to keep saying that, even though we all know the truth.
And what, we can't handle the truth?
No. Oh, Opti! Gets
Right.
them a second, and actually, maybe there is a chance. Maybe.
No.
No.
And I love how Opti's the one with the closest to a smile on the three profile pictures.
I mean, his gameplay is the only one that's at least somewhat worth a smile. Okay, fair, Shikashi hasn't played too bad either.
Yeah, I love how Barney's got sort of the mini-me from Austin Powers, that sort of mini Luke as well too. Guessing not many people's going to get that reference, but
No,
oh well.
neither am I. Maybe Sam will get it, but that's something else.
The fact that you haven't watched Austin Powers has deeply disappointed me, and hold on here.
What is going on?
Yeah, what is going on here?
Lethal dropping the ball in front of his own net, and Opti just saying thank you. And is that smile on Danny's face there growing a tiny bit bigger?
No.
And I just saw in the stream that apparently, no, they don't see it. People don't... We are the only ones, I believe, that are seeing the profile pictures, Danny.
That would be a crying shame if that is the accurate bit of information.
What?
But,
Huh?
All right.
What is going on?
Alright, who's playing on Barney's controller?
I mean, it's not Barney. Barney hasn't done anything.
I know, but Barney hasn't needed to do anything.
But then you're looking at Opti and Shikaishu, who both are doing phenomenal right now. 3-1. What has happened for both Miss Esports, who has finally learned how to not miss the ball, and for MonkeySquad to all of a sudden be this passive? They went from monkeys to, well, a couple of fishes. Danny?
Really? That's the analogy you're going with?
I couldn't think of any other weak animal.
You went with fish.
Oh, a revenge! Eh. I mean, what else should I have picked, Danny?
I don't know. It's just no placid things, you know. Like a
Come on,
panda,
pick
perhaps,
something
even.
bad. Pandas are cool, and I will not shame them. They are not a shameful animal. Pandas are cool.
Penguins?
Penguins kill fish, so still, again, fish are on the bottom. You see how hard this is? You see where I'm correct?
Alright, plant then.
Okay, good enough. But that's not...
Are we talking about evolution on an RL broadcast here?
I mean, it can get worse. You can be Boy Roy's Golden Striker and talk about the Earth being a salad on the barbecue. And we can also talk about this being a 4-2 right now and Barney scoring.
We could talk about this, and probably rightly deservedly too, because this has turned out to be somewhat of a competitive match, even though that all the goals haven't been competitive in any shape or form, it seems. But, well, to use part of your analogy, somebody be sleeping with the fishes soon.
This game, they genuinely have a shot of winning this one. They are in
Oh,
the
no,
lead.
no,
They
no,
have
no,
a-
no, 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 no.
No, not the series, the game. The game.
I know, no, but don't say that either. We don't want to put pressure on this team.
I do want to put pressure on them.
I don't.
Well, you actually want to see them win?
Yes.
Boring.
But
Well,
you want a
Barney,
3-0 sweep, and you complain about that being boring from yesterday. Make your mind up, Spooks.
Revenge, putting it onto the backboard. There comes a shot. No, it gets pushed to the side. Barney has an open shot, but no boost to take it. That could have been the 5-2. And this ball gets pushed back into the orange half once again. She's just being rude at this point. That was so uncalled for.
No, I'm enjoying that.
Of course you are.
Yeah. Finally someone being vindictive onto the pitch for a change here, and that's just mean here. Well, how is MonkeySquad here living with themselves, stealing a goal away from Barney? It's unacceptable, this behaviour.
I mean, they still want to win. What would be worse, taking a goal from Barney or... I wish the people could see our faces at that moment in time.
I don't.
There we go.
Oh, I don't think anybody wants to see my ugly face on the broadcast. As any additional time that's unnecessary, to be truthfully honest. But we do have an extra goal on our screen, 7-goal game. I think so far this might be the most goal score on broadcast, at least with two teams, that is.
Well, it's still an opportunity for MonkeySquad to get themselves back in this. A bit over a minute left, and just one more goal separating the two teams. It's Opti going to the side, doesn't have the boost to follow it up himself, and this ball is in a dangerous position, but Shigashi gets a free shot, but it's just a tiny bit too wide next to the post, meaning that Revenge can take control of this ball. Barney challenging that and forcing a double commit. Two people jumping for Barney's shot, Danny. How does that make you feel?
I'm saying quiet right now. I actually want to see Miss Esports win a game here.
How this man puts up a facade of being a rude, angry old man, but in reality, he actually has a soft spot for these types of games.
Yes,
I
I'm
don't.
also well aware
Miss
Miss Esports is an old team as well, too, in the grand scheme of things.
Oh,
and they've just lost a 2-goal lead at least.
It's I don't have a good feeling for this for Miss Esports. On the other end, I do have to say, if this is the way you're gonna be playing the entire tournament, the way you've done in this game number 3, you have an opportunity to take some wins. And I mean series wins, not just games. If this is how you're gonna keep playing, that's good. But this was a dangerous option. Once again, Opti putting it to Barney. Barney losing the control a tiny bit, but Opti still helping him out, always being there for their friends. As this ball gets pushed back into the middle. Revenge with a good shot. Hikashi in an awkward position, gets it to the side. Means Flexi once again into the middle. Shot isn't taken, leading to Revenge having to take control. No boost to take though, but Lethal is there with the shot, and last 3 seconds left. And we have MonkeySquad coming back from the dead.
Well, looks like Barney had no boost, but left the net, didn't even try to go for a squishy. You know, it's easier not supporting anybody and just being the grumpy old man.
And that's the end. A 3-0 sweep for MonkeySquad. Spooks was once again in the right. Isn't life wonderful, Danny?
No.
Is that how you're gonna end it?
That's going to end that portion of the conversation, yeah. Spooks is right? No, that's very rarely ever happens.
Well, if you take a tiny bit of a look, of course, we see a 3-0 sweep, but it wasn't all that bad for Miss Esports. That last game, if they held on a tiny bit better, they could have genuinely taken that. And if that's the way they're going to be playing through this tournament, like I said before, they might actually take a series win. It would be very nice.
It would be, and to be given some credit here to Miss Esports, they potentially could go on to do good things. It's just they haven't done well enough. Let's put it politely enough to take that game away. They threw a lead, and I'm heartbroken. We'll leave it there. But we might, and hopefully, I would like to see potentially one of Miss eSports' player for the interview. We know MonkeySquad will be at least on the broadcast at least once again, but while I'm here, maybe we might even see one of them back on as well too. That does mean an interview, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
So I think I found a new way out, way beyond the shadow of doubt. 'Cause I can't breathe, and I guess I could be stronger now, and leave it up to fate somehow. But I'm doing this for me. Give it up, baby, I'm not fooling anyone. Always going on and on. Can't you keep it to yourself for once? Oh, I think I found a new way out, way beyond your shadow of doubt. And I can't breathe. Oh, I hope you're keeping count of all the times you let me down, and all the things you said out loud, the bullshit I could cry about. And I know we could be stronger now, and leave it up to fate somehow. But everything I do for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Vision Gaming, the second edition of this fine tournament. And I must say that the continuing heartbreak that is, unfortunately, me being very sympathetic to teams that hasn't performed quite well continues, as Miss eSport has been thrashed 3-0, and we don't have any of the main players that caused that horrible devastation onto the pitch, but we do have the recent bench warmer, or aka the retired player on the broadcast, and I believe there might be a bit of bullying by Spooks, which makes a change. Tabs, how are you?
Well, I'm pretty good. How are you? How are you?
Miserable at the moment.
Wonderful.
I've got to work with
Wonderful.
Spooks.
I feel
Oh.
wonderful. I can bully Danny again.
Well, with that being the case, Tabs, it's nice to have you on the broadcast as well too, and we might as well talk about at least that series first of all. Impressive so far, the teams sort of coming out reasonably strong, but I must say Game 3 was a surprising dip in performance there.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the whole series on stream. Of course, I was in the calls with the whole team, and I think in the last game 3, like they took it a bit too easy, I think, and that's what it made so close. But in the end, they got the job done, and we won the series. So, yeah.
Well, looking at the last year, scores 3-0. I think I'm gonna ask a question that everyone wants to know. Why weren't you playing yourself?
The big thing was the second series we played today is against a really good team, and I said like they wanted to play, and I said like yeah, it's probably better when they play the first series and the second. So they're already warmed up, and I mean so far so good, and now yeah, that's probably the main reason. I will play today. I think 1 or 2 matches, probably off stream, but yeah.
Well, just to update the viewers on that one, the next match on stream, funny enough, that is MonkeySquad versus EGE. We might as well touch on that topic then. You aren't playing it, very much the strong side based on the pre-show yesterday. Many of the, in quotation, analysts had said this is going to be probably a team that reaches the final. Is that a belief that, one, that you share, and two, is it possible for your team to actually defeat them then?
EGE in the finals? Yes. Yeah. I mean, they're a good team. We don't know yet. We haven't played them yet, but it could be possible. Yeah, they're pretty strong. And yeah, I would agree with that statement, I think. And if we beat them, I mean, we try our best. So yeah.
A safe answer. Our safe answer.
Safe answers is always good, but Tabs, it's a pleasure to have you on the broadcast as well. We will probably have you maybe on as well, providing that is a win in that series as well. But just in case, any shout out to the legions of fans that you do have, or anybody in particular at this moment in time?
No, not right now.
Nope, not right now. Well, might be a bit cold, maybe a bit harder. Will it be another thrashing here by the MonkeySquad? We will find out quite shortly. But hold on to your screen just yet, as we might just have a cheeky another interview. I wonder, will it be a fan favourite as well too? We'll see on the other side of this.
bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drumming round in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it, and I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it, and I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VisionGaming Invitational number 2 in terms of everything that has happened as a whole here on Irie Legacy. I must say, this is a proud moment as we have Miss eSports' very own captain in the form of Barney. And I must say, Barney, you look absolutely fabulous on broadcast right now.
Well, thank you very much, Danny. Glad to be here.
First of all, I want to talk about your performance, if you don't mind, and then we'll get more into the interesting stuff. We'll leave it at that there for the time being. Not the best performance, but I must say Game 3 was a stellar set of performance in terms of getting yourself motivated. But is there more in the tank from you?
I really hope so. I really do hope so. I think Game 3 was really nice. Game 1 was a little bit disappointing with the 1 goal difference, but we tried our best to come back again. But yeah, MonkeySquad, just a really good team, really good players, so it was really hard.
Well, I'm looking at the way you guys have had your profile pictures, of course.
Just ignore the profile pictures. We'll get on to that.
And basically, the face that is shown right now is how I feel about this. But letting that be alone for now. Having gone into that Game 3 that way, in that manner, taking that lead and everything like that, does that mean that you also have better hopes now for going into other matches and being maybe able to take that series win?
I think it will be really hard to take a series or 2, but I hope so. I think we can get at least one series in our hands, but I think we haven't played the most difficult teams yet, so it won't get easy.
Well, it might not get easy, but we'll slightly look a bit further past this tournament here. What's in order for 2022 for the team, Barney? Because I'm not saying it's an old team, but it has been around for a while. What's the sort of the next sort of set of gaps and gears for you to get going here? Because it does look like you have a bit of a few pieces in the right sort of jigsaw, if you want to call it, but just not everything connecting just yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're good friends. We like to play together, so we stay together and try to improve together as a team. I think last season went pretty well for us with the help of Kiever as our coach. He had some really good insights, and yeah, we just try to work.
Well, just kind of work. It's fabulous as well too. And first of all, we might as well touch onto these topics. Why the profile pictures, Barney?
Well, it was just a fantastic idea from Shika to create those. We had this while training to miss the goal yesterday evening, and yeah, so he did all the work, and it's really nice he did it.
I must say I'm slightly flattered and slightly scared at the same time too, Barney. I don't know if that's your new team logo for the future, but if you want a smiley one of Danny, there's one there. If you want another disappointment one, just get an SX to play, and that would be easy enough. But thank you very much for that, Barney. Out of interest, would it be possible? Can we get ladies first versus Miss Esports? We would love that as a show match against yourself, of course, and well, we know a particular captain on that scene. We've got a friendly rivalry. We would like to see that, Barney. Would that be possible at some stage?
Yeah, it will be possible, but you have to know that some of us will sleep on the couch after that.
Oh,
But I think it should be it should be possible to organize one for tomorrow, or I don't know, next day after tomorrow.
I love our producer right now, and I love your team, especially for the performance, the entertainment you had, and the profile picture. But Barney, pleasure to have you on. We love you dearly. Thank you for being a treat within the Swiss scene and the European scene as a whole. But sadly, that means this is our interview done at the moment. And after this break as well, too, we're back to our normal transmission in terms of our content here. That means round number 2 coming up. But Barney, before I let you away, you're not going to get away just so easy. Your next match, is it going to be a win? Come on, tell us that. Give us a bit of belief, Barney. Is it going to be a win?
I believe we can do it. Yes, go.
Well, let's
get
go,
it.
Barney. Come
Yes.
on, but we'll see you after this break.
Secrets and forbidden bliss can't stay still. Don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin. Temptation within. Mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
back. I must say, it's always a treat to have Barney on any production. Did not expect that in the slightest, and we'll usually say imitation is the best form of flattery. Not quite sure on that sentiments here, but Spooks, we might as well update everybody on her after round number 1. And we did say there was a shock upset, but when we hear about the circumstances, not necessarily a shock, was it?
Forfeit win for ChromeGG, and with that, they pretty much got a easier path into tomorrow, really, because that's a 3-0 on paper. And that's why we were so confused at the start. We thought, oh, they won 3-0. That's a big surprise against TT Willhaben. No, they got the forfeit win. But in the end, a win is a win. And I don't think ChromeGG will be at all upset that they've gotten that 3-0.
Well, this time as well, in round number 1, it was sweeps across the board. All matches were played. So we might as well tell you the rest of that there. Of course, MonkeySquad sitting joint top of that leaderboard, 1-0 against eSports in 5th, -3-0-1 here. But the window screen side, I'm going to call them the window wipers anymore, or whatever variation. I'm just unhappy with that name in general. But VisionGaming sitting 4th, 0-1, -2. I must say, it's nice to see a bit of variation on the board here. It's not so one-sided in terms of being either plus or -3, but with that being the case of, we'll get to see MonkeySquad again, and it seems to be more of a battle for the top end here at round number 2 here, Spooks.
Well, for EGE, I'm surprised they lost even one game against Venom. But for Venom, that's a beautiful side to take. As again, let us reiterate, we saw it yesterday with Atlantic Wave how important those 1 games can be. Well, here they took one against a potential finalist. And now I'm going to be curious, is this just EGE messing up a tiny bit, or maybe messing up for 1 game? Or was that just genuinely VisionGaming Venom being that good?
It's a bit of a confusing one, to be truthfully honest. Not one that I would sit there and expect on how the situation was going to outplay itself. I mean, we have this side heavily going in as the potential winners. Some arguably say finalists. TT Willhaben arguably being in the potential case in that conversations book. So such a strange one, but one that we can't sit here and, well, settle the argument. We will of course have to see if that is a potential matchup. But I want to focus quite firmly now on MonkeySquad as itself. We've seen them play quite firmly with those 3 players on this very pitch here. We've had the interview with Tabs, and I'm not saying, but an answer didn't fill with me with much confidence to some extent here. Yes, they're coming out to play, but it's their strategy going into it. They're effectively used the first one as a warm-up. Miss Esports didn't feel much as a warm-up as they potentially could have had.
Maybe, maybe not, but for Miss Esports, it's very important to turn things around. For MonkeySquad, like you talked about, the quote-unquote warm-up, maybe that's why they went down in game number 3-4-2. Maybe just to get that true warm-up all the way in.
But lose your first game and cry about it in the corner for a bit.
No, just
Oh, that's
I'm
just
talking
me,
about
then.
MonkeySquad. I'm talking about MonkeySquad going 4-2 down.
Yeah, but, you know, usually it ends up me losing at 6-2 or something. Oh.
That's just you, Danny. That's just you.
Yeah, that's just
These people
amazing.
actually know how to play.
Oh, thanks for that, Spooks.
No worries, buddy.
Well, speaking about playing, we would like to have this match quite literally started right now here, but we might as well even look further on to that sort of sentiment as well too. Miss Esports, credit to them from that last game as well too. Started with Barney getting a goal. We didn't think that was going to happen at all, but it was the other 2 in particular that really sort of catalyzed that performance. Yes, we talk about the drop-off here by MonkeySquad, but any form of drop-off is not good enough. And just take Atlantic Wave, FC Nessex to be fair to some extent here, only losing all of their games either by 1 or 2 goal margins. So there's enough room there for potentially an upset.
An upset can always happen, and for this matchup, I mean, of course, EGE is the favorite coming in. I don't see it happening for MonkeySquad, sadly enough. Last time around, you won because the other enemies could not handle the speed and the precision you brought out a lot of the times. EGE has a couple of players in it that will very easily be able to handle that. They have handled that before. For example, Taz, one of the most experienced players in this tournament, they will not be pushed over that easily.
Well, let's speak about sort of Taz in a more structured side of the argument, and I'm going to go back to what Nuke said yesterday with his comment being one of the most notable ones player in terms of how well he can. Yes, to some extent here, but I would never really put him up there as arguably as one of the highest ever one player in that conversation. Not to say Taz is bad at ones, that's not where I'm coming from, but he wouldn't be in my sort of first 20, if you know what I mean. It was a strange, his first comparison, I would always describe him back to his sort of Echo Zulu days and how defensive those was, and that was a playstyle that's unfortunately has troubled him to some extent because he hasn't got away from that sort of image, it seems.
The image is still there, but I have personally watched him quite a lot, of course. That playstyle is no longer there. The man can still defend like insanely well, but he will no longer be a person that you see holding down the defense, being stuck in defense and just keeping it stuck there. He has really transitioned into being an all-round player. You can really just put him down as a sort of captain type player, a Violent Panda type player, where if he gets into that position where he can be a director, pass to his team, make his team and enable their team, he can bring out the best out of anyone. But it's just dependent on if he can do the same with Fleek and Sapphire.
And that's going to be the mighty of whole task. Can they do it? And for the first time as well on this very channel, we'll be seeing a different color badge on our screens, a very shiny light blue. We're going to probably see quite a lot of that, and that's not the color that EGG are going to be sporting. It will be that Taz and Sapphire there, RLCS, their rival series, and more particular, that very long season ago, the challenger from Season 6 has scored, and it's a very simple one from the player that we've been talking about, who is shaking that defensive playstyle off.
It's a good opener right for the get-go. 6 seconds. It's actually what we expected in the last series, and that's the last joke I will make about that. As Lethal taking the control, and a couple of bumps coming out as well, and that means they get right back at it. The bumps helping out a lot right there.
Certainly so. Surprised to see 1-2 as quickly as they can do. And not to besmirch MonkeySquad and anything, we were somewhat inquisitive to how they may attack this side here, especially with such two experienced players on this opposite side here. Can they now convert that to a second goal? Let's say try to attack, but met with some resistance for the first and second phase of play.
Sapphire taking his time, trying to take a bit of control. Flexi forcing him down right away. Lethal passing to the middle for revenge, but it's a tiny bit too far away from him, and that leads to the offense not being as dangerous as it could be, allowing Fleek to push up all the way to the orange side, trying to fake out the enemy. Sapphire taking it high, but getting blocked off. Taz, no shot on target, leading to revenge, getting the pinch away from his own half. And with the bump as well, I think we're gonna see that quite a lot from especially revenge. He was the one that initiated the bumps and the demos at the first goal for MonkeySquad, and I think he will be doing that quite a lot.
We'll be hopefully seeing quite a few things today here as bump style for a small temporary moment being effective as well as the adaptations is coming in, and unfortunately Sapphire not as strong as himself this time around, beaten from that original demo.
Lethal getting a beautiful pass to Flexi, and then it's just gonna be such a hard thing for the defenders. It's always hard to get those types of redirects and save them, but especially if it's that type of redirect where it's just behind you. You can't do much with that. And it does mean that MonkeySquad do get the lead right here as Sapphire has an opportunity to take control here. Takes it and does well with it. And the ball gets missed and as well almost ends up in the goal.
Nearly. And oh, so much that would have been a crucial moment here. We might just be seeing the upset in the group stage entirely. And that will be goal number 3. Taz cannot reach it.
And this is perfect for MonkeySquad, punishing those mistakes. I was wondering, were they going to be able to do that? Were they going to be able to fully make use of any type of mistake that comes from EGE? And yes, they are. they've shown it, and if they don't get those mistakes to punish, well, they're creating them with those bumps and those demos they're doing. And this is a beautiful pass down the middle. Once again, Fleek getting control. And Zephyr pushing it back into the middle. That's probably not what you want to see. Taz with the full boost has an opportunity to take control here and does so. Get the flick over one. Can he do it once more? No flags. He gets a good touch.
Range getting into the things of the series and game opening in terms of the momentum as we've seen 2 long balls here. Lethal getting the save to fair. Backing around here. Fleek not getting to it. A surprising goal. And that one will be interesting to see how specifically the details this one went in.
Oh, it's very simple. Zephyr hits the ceiling and it just bounces on in. No one really expected that. I think everyone was probably thinking, oh, that's not gonna bounce inside. And then eventually, yes, it did bounce inside.
Surprised. I thought there may have been a small defensive touch before it may have creeped on in. It was just too flat. But Zephyr finds the angle, and that's where flat feeling might be gone here for the time being. But if goal number 4 goes in, I think that's where deflation will also occur very quickly too.
Lethal trying to bring it back into the middle. Taz blocks that off to Zephyr. Has the control right there with Flex. He blocks him off, but needed to use all his boost. If no boost, it's going to be very hard. Taz shot gets blocked by Revenge, and who's trying to transition all the way back to the other side. And this should be the 4th, and it is the 4th. Revenge getting his goal.
Simple. Just when you have Revenge onto it, right across here, and moves into it. I must say here, we talked about Taz and Zephyr with all the experience here, and I have to the point here where I feel sick almost saying this. They don't look ready for this at all here.
Looks a bit shaky, like they aren't up to the speed that MonkeySquad is bringing out or trying to bring out. Every ball that you're going for has been challenged, and every time you're trying to take control, it hasn't really worked out for you. As right now, Taz and Zephyr are on top of each other. The ball gets hit by Fleek once again into the middle. Taz, can he speed it up a tiny bit? Looking for a bump, but there's no bump to be found because everyone is not in the position you want them to be. Revenge getting the shot, and Zephyr dodging the demo and making the save.
Getting it away to it, and talking about the Swiss scene as a whole, I think most people rightly know it, and if you are unaware of it, Nuke said it, 5 times champion of TCS, was near enough undefeatable for the longest period of time. Shock came when he left Otherwise, and bridge to unfortunately new lands that he is yet to see and has unfortunately hasn't conquered. This might and potentially could be a future team in that particular league, we don't know. But if this is the quality that we're seeing right now, it's either the very baby steps they're taking or something is badly wrong.
I would expect this to be maybe a tryout with Taz and Zephyr, looking to see if what clicks and what could maybe work. Fleek, I'm less certain about because I have not seen Fleek play at all, in all honesty, so it's a good way to get to know each other. As Taz puts the ball to the side, for Revenge backing it up into the middle, and with the last 30 seconds counting down, it's 2 goals down for EGE. But we saw it before against VisionGaming, they also lost one game. They might be having the same struggle here.
Potentially, what a baptism of fire this could potentially be. Trials and tribulations as the 5th goal goes through. We might as well say it here. EGG has not taken game 1. They did drop one. Let's not forget that as well too. The point that Smix was highlighting as well too earlier. This might be the upset that nobody expected occurs.
Either that or they need their warm-up game, maybe getting onto the level, maybe adapting a tiny bit, because if there's one thing I will give both Zephyr and Taz a lot of credit for, it's that they're players with those experiences and with the adaptability. They can change their playstyle. They know what to go like and be like, oh, this and this we need to change, this and this we need to fix. Maybe we'll see that happening here. If they're gonna change anything, Danny, what would you like to see though?
Quite a lot of everything at the moment. I'm not saying here, but there's nobody defined as a 3rd player. We see either Zephyr, it's Taz going up. We see Fleek there as well too, but look how many goals was conceded alone when nobody was there in the back lines. It was the first one okay, I might go right, fair enough, a young side, but even still, 2, 3, no, that's just unacceptable.
I would like for EGE to play a bit quicker. Go when you are going up. Yes, the control touches are working on the ground, but seems to be no real speed behind the control touches. It's every time they take control, it's just so slow and patient, and that doesn't work against a team that is literally going after their name and going monkey.
Well,
go on, Danny, you can laugh.
No, I had a joke there, but unfortunately not suitable for broadcasts.
Of course, the typical Irish jokes.
No, I was thinking more George of the Jungle and that style of jokes, but an interesting set of films, and I don't think many people have watched it based on spooks. Earlier comment with Austin Powers, but with that being the case, I have to agree with you to some extent. Maybe EGG should be, well, not a window wiper effectively, more of an engine, needs to be purling quite nicely back here, and at least this time around their third player is in the right position.
But again, you see those bumps coming out. They're looking for them non-stop. Level has an open goal, and it happens because of those bumps. My respect for MonkeySquad is going through the roof, because they came in here with a game plan thinking, okay, we're gonna just remove players every chance we get. Every second we get into the offense, we're gonna go look for a bump, and it has worked perfectly.
Credit to them. They've done it. They felt what they needed to do. And that's simply bump away here. 5 times champion being slapped around from cheek to cheek at the moment here, and he has not had time to settle down in the game. That is one way to make your opposition upset here, but maybe a revenge team will back across here for a 1-2, and well, there's revenge leaving the ball into the corner, but no true follow through.
Lethal getting it up forward once again, and there's no one back. Where is the defense gone? Lethal just gets another free goal right here, and the defense is nowhere to be found. You know things are not going well if Danny is left speechless.
It's not even speechless. We've seen Taz, we've seen Safair, we've seen what they are very much capable of doing, and Fleek, no disrespect to the player himself, but lacks the quality. He might be an up-and-comer, but he has not learned his trade yet. And the team is not at all playing well here, and they will know that themselves here. And the fact that I'm stunned by how the last 2 goals have gone into just shows you what MonkeySquad is capable of doing. And you look back now at what Miss eSports had to put through here, and they did a decent job here making those games somewhat close.
I mean, somewhat close. It was, in truthfully, honestly, only the 3rd game that was fully close. But you are right, they did pull that off, and it's already 2-0, and it's still looking like MonkeySquad is very comfortably playing right now. As Flexi pushes it forward once again, Taz not in the best of positions, takes the control in the air, gets another touch into the middle. This might be the opportunity we're looking for. Sapphire, a tiny bit too heavy of a touch, and this just allows them to push all the way back into the blue half. And Lethal now pass into the middle. It's a good pass, but now Taz can't get to it quick enough. League once again pushing it forward. Taz getting blocked by Lethal. At least some offense coming out from EGE, but it's still MonkeySquad being comfortable as can be. And of course, almost a 3rd.
Should have been a 3rd. Won't be a 3rd. Now I'm upset with MonkeySquad for not scoring that earlier. It was the same issue. Nobody left in the back lines. 2 players went for boost, and the 3rd one was dangling quite literally like a close on a whiting line, just ready to be picked off after it got dried in the sunlight there. Shocking to see, but Safar not giving up just yet here, and I'll have to give credit to what he can do. Fleek will grab one back here, but really, Safar got the shovel and got them out of the hole there.
Safar just making his car as wide as possible, as big as possible, and blocking off the offense, blocking off the cleared pinch. It's a good opportunity, and now they can finally work again. It's went from 2-0 to 2-1. You now have the possibilities and the chances to create it once again with Fleek. Hitting the ball high and past Flexi. It's an awkward ball for Flexi, and he won't get a second touch. Taz, a bit too slow, and leads Sapphire in an awkward position. Fakes one, Can he get it past the second? Well, he takes control, and a double commit does come out, but there's no one there as a patient third man. It seems that they want to push that third man so aggressively that no one is really back to finish off the shots.
It's just they're not ready to have that such aggressive play style. They are risking that MonkeySquad is not a side that is competent. They've shown in 2 games they are far from that. They are one of the most potent sides in terms of ability, and that's such a good thing to have because it just smothers it around. As Buxo said, rightly so, Taz, beautiful, but yet again, it's only 2-2.
Only 2-2, but it's a start, and this is something we like to see, but not from MonkeySquad. A double commit on a ball that was kinda dead already. As a defender, you should know not to go for that. It's the same problems that EGE has seen before, coming out from MonkeySquad as well. Taking the wrong habits from your enemy side will never be good. That's Flaxy taking the control, looking to get it away from his own side once again. Being forced to be quick though, and that's something we like to see a bit more, forcing your enemy to be quick.
Nice to see, but that's goal number 3. Quick, fast, and painless. That is almost the execution of this matchup so far here, and I'm not saying this might just be on the verge of a sweet possibility too, because MonkeySquad effortless at times here in the second game.
What I want to point out especially is that we've seen it before in the game before where they went 4-2 down against Miss. They didn't panic. This team looks so comfortable playing around. They make mistakes. Those are individual mistakes or team mistakes. They don't matter, but as a team in general, they are not really uncomfortable. They're fine with any position. They're fine with any goal scoring line. As this ball gets boomed away, wasting more and more time. The last couple of seconds counting down. And this will be a 2-0 lead in the series for MonkeySquad. What a surprise, Danny.
The fact that they're such good front runners, and that's the way I'm going to describe them, especially when they get into it, and you describe it well in terms of dealing with the pressure. We've never seen this side, actually, MonkeySquad, trail by a goal or even 2 when been forced to come back. That's going to be the real test when they actually are in that situation. We may not see this in the group stage. We might not even see this against EGG. That's how good they are playing right now here. But it's a case of, can they be consistent in game 3? Because that's where they drop, really, the ball against the last game we saw on stream here. Cleanly get it done here. Send the message across here. And people might think EGG might be the easier match here.
EGE will never be an easy match. I think it's more credit on to MonkeySquad, who is just playing phenomenal. It's a good shot from Fleek, but getting saved right through. Pass into the middle from Taz onto Sapphire, getting blocked by Revenge, not allowing it. And this means that once again, EGE will be forced to go back onto the defensive side. Good passing play. Revenge putting it onto the side, trying to bring some calmness into his team. Taz looking for a highlight shot and not being able to get it.
Hasn't done so just yet. There will be chances for them to gather the ball here. Revenge up for the bomb. Gets the save there, Fleek and Sapphire. He's kept control of it, and they haven't done much of that realistically. Not so much where they would like to control the game here. It's when MonkeySquad, they are, let's say, under pressure here, but they're double committing slightly. Is it White Line Fever? Lethal with a small touch, and that should be an attempt on target. Taz didn't know which one he got, but he got the experience, got it away. With 1 minute gone, what is left in this series?
Lexi pushing it back forth. Stas blocking him off. Can he get a second touch? Because it's Fleek in defense. But this semi-touch coming out from MonkeySquad, it was not what they were looking for, and it happened and blocked off actually a really good pass. The ball goes to the side. It's Stas once again in control. That's probably the one person you don't want to see in control. With the pass down to Fleek. Shot. Too weak to be on target, leading to Sapphire once again having to create something all alone, and a double commit from MonkeySquad. They are panicking a tiny bit. Say what happened last time around in game 3. They are the team that has been controlling, but they aren't looking the same they did in game 1 and 2.
Slightly surprising, but we said that sentence before. Here is Lethal around. And a quick little firing shots here, and it works out to a pass back in the middle, and Lethal's not there. And Sapphire's already up here. He's shown his hand maybe too early. Flick back in, and that's a heavy third player. They've been punished all before, and it's a full team play. Lovely delay. Only the post denied that one.
Well defended by Taz, making sure that the ball had to go as far as possible. I'm bringing it up right now. Revenge can't get to it, meaning that Flexi now has to do it all alone. Makes two people commit to it, and that is once again the third man being over-aggressive. But Lethal can't punish it this time around. But the demo comes out, and this means the goal is wide on open. We've seen it before, and it happens again. The third man is left alone and gets demoed.
What a surprise. We're 2 minutes and change, Spooks, away from seeing the upset of the tournament. We're only 2 days into this at the moment. And we're talking about in the group stage, EGE heavy favourites are heavily getting beaten right now here. They have not had an answer in 2 games, and they continue to flop about here.
Danny, you're forgetting one other upset. It was FC actually winning a single series. That is the biggest upset of the tournament.
Not anymore this broadcast.
You weren't, I was.
Well, that's fair enough then.
But what doesn't matter is the 2 minutes left. Flexi, only one person in his path, and a good save from Sapphire, but not good enough. It hits the post this time around, and Sapphire helping out his team once again. Ball goes up. This might be the one opportunity you've been looking for. Can he get a good touch? At least takes the control, but it's the defense holding on strong. You've seen it non-stop. MonkeySquad, every single time they feel like someone is alone in defense, they bring 1 or 2 more. They do not want to leave someone all alone to die. But Taz has an opportunity here. This one gets saved by Lethal. Is the follow-up there from Sapphire? It is, and makes it 1-1.
Nice straight top drown as well to, I believe, a small bump on one of the players from MonkeySquad there. Taz getting on fleek to be questioned. He wouldn't be back in time anyways. That's a goal. It's a chance here with 139, but we just said before, they'll say it again, MonkeySquad, they don't feel pressure. They don't care that the 5 times is on the field. They don't care that Taz is on the field, and they probably still don't know who their third is.
Well, this is a good opportunity presenting itself. It seems that EGE, once they get onto the offense, once they find each other, are a good, dangerous team, but it just hasn't happened enough against MonkeySquad. Revenge trying to take control right there, but Taz has the control. It's just Flexi in defense, and Flexi shows his cards quite quickly, but at least forces Taz to the side and letting Revenge and Lethal come back quite quickly. And that is the strong power from MonkeySquad. They make sure that they waste enough time or block enough of the shot to let everyone come back. Here you will see it again, Lethal trying to waste enough time, and you can see someone is already back once again.
Nice fit dig. Revenge pushing further down. Lethal follows through here from the ceiling, and there was that attempt of going to the shot. Seeing Fleeky was there, and it's another one that goes wide here and decided not to play the original play and caused the hesitation in the first place. 30-odd seconds, we might have an OT. We might see the slight crumble of the Empire here. But MonkeySquad does feel anything here as their heart still pounds. The net hasn't been pounded in a while here, and the clock still ticks on down here. Desperation, perhaps.
Sapphire pushing it back forward once again. Lethal leaving it alone for Flexi. Can Flexi do it with the last couple of seconds? Has the flip, but can't get the shot. The follow-up is there. This time around, Sapphire saving it. Lethal pushing it to the side, maybe wanting one more, but dropping it down. We go to overtime.
One more bite from the cherry? No. OT. We have it here, our first true one of day number 2. And EGG are the ones facing elimination from a potential sweep scenario. They get a win here, arguably undeservedly, but they do get it.
Danny, our first non-sweep on the stream. It has cost us a total of 6 matches, and the 7th finally is not a sweep.
Spooks near enough have broken down into tears with that. He's usually in tears after all the insults that I throw to him, but it's genuine happy tears at the moment. But my word, EGE, they left that to the last bitter seconds, and frankly, they were on borrowed time. MonkeySquad had it in their own hands, and they slightly faltered. And, well, I didn't know you were joining the roster there, Spooks.
Every caster I know has made that mistake once. It was my time to come. I have never done that beforehand. It is my time to come. But let's be honest, I can do a better job than the players anyway. With my GC2.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll just walk in shame, put my head down, and accept my fate.
Well, Spooks is getting slightly shunned there. We do move on further into the series. We thought it was done. We thought it was buried. We thought it was time to go home. EGG hasn't left it just yet. As they still try to do their defensive work, they feel once more it's lethal. It sends it right in. Goal number 1. Is it all that's required? We don't know yet, but there's still 4 minutes to find out.
This is exactly what MonkeySquad needed right from the get-go. Getting an early goal, getting that lead, and securing yourself in that comfy position once again. But now it's Sapphire going up, not getting the flip reset and leaving the ball alone for Revenge, who cannot get past Fleek, and Taz blocking him off as well. And what happened last time around in the overtime was that EGE got a couple of bumps, got a demo in, and got a bit of an annoyance play in with Taz walking under them. And that led to just all the defenders jumping for it. Maybe they will notice, like, hey, we can get those bumps and demos in as well, and maybe we can get that going good for us as well, as Fleek does it right here. But there's no one there to follow it up. Sapphire was nowhere to be found.
Complete and utter scramble. It turned out to be an orderly line of confusion. Shocked to see it, but it has occurred here. And that's comparison what ETG done earlier, Spooks. It was Revenge dished out, and it was cold here. It was done on them twice beforehand. It was about time something worked out in Lethal. We'll be glad here that rebound didn't go to his own net here.
A double commit coming out, but it at least forced Revenge to go back a tiny bit further. Now he puts it back high. Fleek can't get to it himself, and Revenge in an awkward position, but gets it all the way back to the blue side. And that is the impressive stuff we like to see from Revenge, where he does everything without even having much boost, but still forcing the enemy side. And this is not a good look for MonkeySquad. What is going on right there? The defense a bit crumbling right there, Danny.
Well, if this was a British TV show, the Great British Bake Off, a few soggy biscuits, maybe a few cakes with their soggy bottoms too, who knows. The cake and the biscuit here completely unusable at the moment. We're left with the tins at the moment and rattling for change as the crossbar has been hit, the sidebar has been hit. Only what's left in that kitchen is the butter has been smooth for that post, as Taz needs a bit of assistance to get that one in.
Well, you are talking about all of that. I'm just thinking about pie in this. And this is the cherry on top of the pie. Exactly what they needed and when they needed. Half of the game still left to play. Getting their goal, getting a couple of bumps in, and once again proving, yes, those bumps and demos help them so much more. As Sapphire gets a shot here into the middle. Revenge is never going to allow that to go in. You may have been able to do that in your seasons past, Sapphire, but no longer. Teams have improved to that point.
Seriously, cherry pie?
I'm not a big fan of a cherry pie, but it fit. Okay.
Fair enough, I prefer shepherd's pie.
I like apple pie more.
Fair enough. Well, that's going on as well too. If you are interested for a few snacks as well too, this is not the right time to get into it, but there has been a few feasts happening on today's broadcast. A few shockers, a few upsets. We saw Miss eSports play earlier today, beaten 3-0 by this MonkeySquad. They will be appearing shortly too here, but will they have improved? That will be a question and a half, but what certainly has been the case, Books. EGE, they are back in it, it seems, but not clean enough here.
They seem to have slowly gained a bit of comfortability in this game, and it may also be onto MonkeySquad that they aren't that comfortable. But just as I say, Flexi just gets a free goal. What has happened to the defense? What has happened to rotations? Who is supposed to even be back here?
Well, that was a cherry pie in my house that went straight into the bin. That's a defensive work right now, just perhaps for the synonym trash at the moment. Not good enough here. And frankly, it's a very good question. Who was there? Well, certainly wasn't any of the defenders there. They weren't to be seen here. They're on the attacking once more, however, and they've been caught off guard a few times.
Letting this one alone for Fleek, and this is just a free ball. If Revenge can't get to it, he does get to it. Fleek can't find his second touch, probably didn't have anything to go for it. And Taz now getting outbeaten by Revenge. Flexi is also up for some reason into the air. Seemed he wanted to get his own player highlight reel. And Taz will shoot this on target, but the boost, just the 12 pad, was all that was needed to save that ball.
Is there more in that 12? It's 57 that's been used by Flexi just to retreat back to his own half here. Lethal right around here, pass in field, and Taz has tips it to the side wall. 2 goals to 1. 2 to the batter, to the MonkeySquad. They were 2-0 in his 2-1 series wide. The symmetry will be broken here in a few seconds' time, and it will be the 3-1 series result here unless Fleet can get this one downfield in time.
Well, it does go forth in this appearance, but Revenge trying to take control. Taz is quick enough. Can he get one more block? He does get it into the middle. Revenge saving that, putting it to the side, and May saving his team from a potential reverse sweep. Zephyr has to be quick now. Can he push this into the middle? He does. Is there a follow? Fleek can't go for it. Fleek has a shot. Fleek puts it in. The 0-second goal.
Just hold on. Just hold on. It's probably the message in that comms. They may have their button ready to leave the lobby. They are not done yet. The oven still have some time here for the baking to finally be completed. Lethal leaves that one down, and Fleek challenge it in Sophia. Well, he's picked up his 100. What can he do with it? Nothing. And it will be Taz to do it from his own back wall.
Flexi pushing it into the middle. Fleek's in an awkward position. Does put it back all the way to Lethal. And this is for Revenge. Able to take control here. Has so much time, but maybe a bit too much because Taz forces that ball down. A bump attempt coming out once again. Fleek saving it. And really, this game, he hasn't shown up in the other games, but this one, Fleek is impressing me so much right now.
After game 1 and 2, the bar was set low. When you raise the platform up, opinions do change. Maybe results likewise too, as Lethal likes to remove that thought completely out of the equation here. Revenge is around. Biggie is there, and Fleek on the back end of a severe challenge, and a pop high up it goes here. 1 minute of additional time has been played. Will it be 2? Will it be 3? It's 3 additional seconds. That was all that was required. It is now 2-2 in the series, and the upset has been postponed for at least 5 more minutes.
Well, we've had only sweeps on this stream so far, yesterday included. Maybe we finally can get a reverse sweep, Danny.
That can't happen, can it?
Hmm?
A reverse sweep? Seriously?
Yeah.
I haven't
you
seen
believe
one.
it? We
Forgot
just
what it
cannot
looks
get away
like.
from the sweeps, Danny. We cannot get away from the sweeps.
No, apparently not. Sweeps apparently rare to some extent. We've seen nothing but sweeps. Reverse sweep even rarer so far, at least on the stream games. But Spooks, I thought this was done in 3 games, not in the way it was going. And maybe it's just taken here EGE to play the final 3 games, it seems.
I mean, I think everyone thought, oh, it's going to be done. It's going to be 3-1 for MonkeySquad. They've done the upset, but now they're in the defensive position. A demo coming out. Zephyr not quick enough. And now this leads to an opportunity, but it doesn't present itself well enough for Revenge. Putting it high. Can he follow it up himself? He does put it middle. But Taz getting a huge clear coming out. And you can see Fleek really has found his thirst for blood, because he's looking for a couple of demos a bump so far.
Well, so far as well too, and just to draw a slight comparison going into this game, and as the overall today, Atlantide Wave and Ladies First, they were 1 and 4. Same with FC Nessex. It was -8 and -6 game differential, 2 games separated. EGE might require those 2 games to crawl black if they, of course, do eventually lose, as they would like to prevent that either way. Damage has been limited to its very finest margins here, but still seem to be settled here with a win here, and that's the shot that may just send the silver bullet through.
Lexi flexing his skill, getting the breezy, beautifully done. The amount of power on that shot. You saw it, Taz could not save it. He was not strong enough to save it. And Flexi will say thank you very much. A minute in, getting a goal like that must do well for your confidence.
Who knew? Spooks. Caster, broadcaster. Generally model part-time, and now poet on the side of it now after a line like that, and unfortunately it might be even more rhythmically smoothing here for MonkeySquad as they keep the pressure in the corner. They have trapped here the opposition, circling like sharks in a small pond here. They cannot break through. They need an ocean to breathe, and Safair has finally found a pocket of air to move downfield. Whips in middle. No, lethal into the way. Yes, and a pass never delivered here by Flick. He decides to go alone, and Taz has to play off it. It works out. It's 1-1 after all.
Taz being a bit sneaky, being a bit rude and mean, putting it down low right behind everyone. And what I find impressive and what I like seeing a lot more is Fleek. He moves out after his offensive push, moves out and goes for that bump, looking for that player. If he was actively looking for it, good job on you. If he was unactively looking for it and it just happened there on accident, he will take it, I think.
Don't see him arguing with it, Spooks, would you? No. Quiet, Spooks. Patiently enjoying this game, and rightly so too. 2 series went the way that MonkeySquad had, 2 now in EGG. They played 2 minutes here. They cannot be separated, it seems. At last the battle. But Lethal is there, waiting, moving, sleeking it around the corner, and the second one right down. The ball will end up to Safair once again.
Revenge looking for some control. Safair is trying to push him all the way to the edge, and Revenge has to take a very high. Taz at least gets some sort of block as Fleek misses the ball and leaves it for Safair alone. The shot was there, but luckily enough for the defense, Safair holding on strong. That's Taz all alone, can't do too much. Revenge taking it onto the backboard. That double tap is never happening. But the setup for Flexi and the setup for MonkeySquad in general is there and slowly being built up.
Lethal there and around. Taz not there in time here to fully affect the defensive duties. Capabilities this time. Gets it to the midline here. Ball right across. It's a pass! That might do, but we said that before.
We've been here before, we've shown it before. Taz getting demoed, gets 2 people on top of his roof, and Fleek not knowing where the ball is going to go and has to bet on it going to the right side. Sadly enough, it went all the way to the left side. 2-1 for MonkeySquad, but that's not a good kickoff. But Revenge at least takes control once again. Can he get it from the ceiling down? No, Fleek puts it away. Can he get another touch? Leaves it alone for Taz to maybe go, and this shot is on target. Can Zephyr finish it off here? Has the control, but not the power.
Taz, does he cut? Does he run back? Said to cut it once and twice, and it will work out for the time being. And Safair near enough got caught there, not for the first time either. 2-1. We said in game 4. We said it again when that equalising goal came in game number 5. This very game here, it should be done, and does the pressure pounded once more. Safair runs down, tries to break free from the leash, but sadly kept under control. 60 seconds, the fine goal number 2, or all this effort is in vain.
Fleek can't get it, but he is up front in the field. Can he look for a demo? He was looking for one, but Taz is in an awkward position. Ball dropping back down quite quickly. It's Zephyr pushing it to the side. Revenge, can he get a bump? He does get it, but Taz saw it coming, looking to get it to the right side. Has the control, has the flip from the ceiling as well. But can he get one more? The bumps from Fleek not connecting. And Lethal getting a very necessary save. Last 30 seconds and counting.
Lexi, right there. Lethal gets nothing off the ball. There was a bump on the keeper. We saw the warnings. We saw the illumination. And Taz knows rightly so, and has to get on to the end of it. 1 pence quick, maybe double. The end it all. The end is nigh. EGG, their chance of being perfect over. Their chances of making a statement done.
This is beautifully done, and once again it's Flexi doing it. And the 3-1, a very, very deserved scoreline in my eyes. But for EGE, those two games are going to be very important coming into the future, because we've seen it just now, and we've seen it before. Games are always important, and from what I just heard, Danny, it seems that TT Willhaben has decided to come up and play just as Flaxy gets his 4th. TT Willhaben just swept VisionGaming Venom.
We'll get the whole breakdown in a moment. Stunned to believe here. I'm not saying here there may be an old tweet that may be the comparison to this. It should have been 3-0. Somehow we went to game 5. Somehow, to all of our surprise, we actually saw 3 games there that we wanted probably 2 more spooks, and unfortunately it's not a best of 7 because it would have been an interesting parallels that could be drawn. MonkeySquad has made themselves arguably favourites in this tournament right now.
They have, and I mean, looking at everything on the group stage right now, it's going to be a wild thing, knowing that the 2 teams we expected to be topping this group both have 1 loss to their names already.
Just let that sink in. 1 loss. That is something that we did not expect here, but what will be expected is, of course, a break, an interview, and more matches. I wonder when that's going to happen. Oh, I believe it's right now. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Back to, of course, VisionGaming here on Irie Legacy. I hope you've enjoyed the content so far. Feel free to drop the follow. All the love is greatly appreciated. And I must say, there's one thing loving just generally what's happening. There must be a few people surprised and loving life to the fullest right now. Tams has rejoined us back in here with a series, if you don't mind me describing it, should have been 3-0, but yes, we're dragged into a scrappy game 3, 4, and 5 here to prove that you can't take down the favourites here. What a series that was for a start, and we were slightly surprised here, but what does it take to win against such 2 titans in terms of the European scene?
I mean, I'm surprised that he went even to game 5, so Should have been a 3-1 or 3-0, but mistakes happened. In the end, we won, and that's why we're here in this tournament. And yeah, so yeah.
It's a good way to put yourself forth, I think, especially. But while looking at this and taking that 3-2, like you said, it's a bit upsetting not taking it a bit sooner, as you guys were clearly in lead. You were in the voice comms with them, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Did you guys, what happened after losing that 0-0, getting that 0-second goal against yourselves and then losing the extra time? What happened through that? What were the comms like?
I mean, the comms were really calm. Like, you have to be calm as well in those situations, because if you like get mad or something, then you play worse and stuff. So we took it kind of, I mean, it was upsetting, but we kept on like hammering, like kept on coming back, and yeah, that's what got us the win in the end. I feel like.
Well, keep hammering on here, and I must say, when we look at sort of the rest of the entirety of the tournament here, you must be looking at some of the opposition now and sort of fancying yourselves as favourites of the tournament, maybe rightly or wrongly here. But after taking down such a strong opposition, do you believe that you can win it now? Because frankly, we all thought EGG was going to be the favourites here. We've seen they're now vulnerable. Is it yours for the taking? Is it simple as that?
I mean, in the end, we want to get like top 3, 100%. But like since that match now, like if we play better next time, like next time we face against EGE, then I think we can win it all. I mean, yesterday there was some good teams as well, but I think if we're focused and play like we should be playing, then it's, yeah, we could take it all, I think.
So seeing this going down like this right now, knowing the top 2, well, expected seeds from your group, both already having a loss to their name right now, do you consider your own team as the favorites to top your group now?
I think so, yeah, I think so.
Well, that may be certain there. We've heard from Tabs once before now, the second team. Sadly, we won't see the rest of the matches fully in terms of the stream contents. Maybe we should just follow you from the very beginning and continue through it. But Tabs, always a pleasure to have you on. Good luck with the rest of the tournament as well too. But to everybody else who's tuned in as well, just to let this happen in here, we still have 2 teams undefeated here in Group Trox. We haven't seen Trox yet play. Will we eventually do or not here? That might be a raised eyebrow, but there will be a change happening. Will the change be this series or in the future? Well, that's up to everybody to work out what it might be. Until then, we'll see you after this short break. Bye-bye.
Stay by myself. It'll be alright. I wanna go, I wanna fly, I wanna take myself to a new sky. too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm a fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me all of the pain seems to follow like a shadow, dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me and I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. wanna mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Settle down in the place of dreams, float away in the scenery. Take a backpack of what you need. Let's explore the world we see. All the dangers have been made up. You believe what they say. Through the heartache, our stargaze, no invasion today. We've come this far to win and ride alone. So take your chances and embrace the waterfall. Are you ready for the cold? For my train to arrive. Are you ready for waiting for time to defeat our demons. And there's a sparkle in your eye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got rid of a bit of old news right here with Danny moving away, and we brought in Sam tonight. How are you doing, buddy?
Not too bad at all. Absolute pleasure to be here. I was watching some of the games earlier. Some very high quality stuff going on. Yeah, no, just very excited to be here.
That's all good. And what we just saw, and of course you were looking with us, we just saw our 3-2 matchup. You had the joy to look at the first series that wasn't a sweep on our streams. Of course, that is beautiful to see. 3-2, very close. Do you have any opinions on that match left, Sam?
It certainly wasn't a game I was expecting to be quite as close, but I'm glad it was. It was very entertaining, and compliments to you for the broadcast, of course. I very much enjoyed the commentary.
Thank you. But, of course, we've seen the past. We've seen the 3-2 win for MonkeySquad. And let's see, where does that put them in the table? MonkeySquad going 2-0 now. How wonderful must it be for them, taking that, going unbeaten so far. And to be honest, against one of the teams that we all expected them to lose to, taking a win, means that they are now in a perfect setup to go all the way into the playoffs.
Yeah, and obviously, mentally speaking, of course, an upset like that, taking it in Game 5 as well, it's got to be doing well for their confidence as well.
Definitely, definitely. And then you look a bit further. Of course, we also have ChromeGG being 2-0, going unbeaten. Getting the forfeit win from TT Willhaben has done them wonders. And of course, as we move down, EGE, of course, we just saw lost, going 1-1 in this time around. TT Willhaben came back with a sweep. Very well done. Making sure that they are at least equal all over the board right now. Then we move a tiny bit further down to one of the competitors we will see right here. It is Miss Esports, 0-2, just barely losing out to ChromeGG. That could have been a very important match. And then at the bottom right now, it is VisionGaming Venom, who will be looking to regain. But let's move on to our current match. It's TT Willhaben against Miss Esports. How interesting, and do you have any expectations for this?
I mean, I'd definitely be leaning towards TT Willhaben to take the win. I'm familiar with a couple of the players on the team, definitely more so than Miss. But also in the earlier series, Miss Esports looked a tiny bit dodgy at times, some communication issues maybe, but I'd definitely be saying a 3-1, maybe even a sweep to Willhaben.
A sweep indeed. I think most of the people would be expecting that at first, but and I have to give credit to that, Miss Esports, especially in their last game, going 3-2, we don't exactly know how good that was for them. Taking a game here would be very important for them and could mean that they may be able to survive, but I think because of the loss TT Willhaben had beforehand, where they are now 1-1, I think this is making it just that much harder for both Miss Esports and VisionGaming Venom to come back from being 0-2. The only real way for them to get back into the group, is to take this win against TT Willhaben. Of course, have to make this clear. TT Willhaben is not playing with their normal roster. They are playing with LU, Futura, and Shane, if I'm fully correct. And we're just waiting for them right now. And why you're here? Because you haven't watched that much. You've only had to suffer through me and Danny casting. Hope you enjoyed it, by the way. Hope you've had some fun in that regard. Is there anything you're really looking forward to in this matchup?
Future and Shane are two players I'm very familiar with, and it's been a long time since I've seen them play, so it's definitely exciting to see how they've developed their game in the past couple of months. I enjoyed watching Miss Esports as well, sort of cheering on the underdog. I'd like to see them do well, you know. Perhaps even prove me wrong and get a bit of an upset. So yeah, no, there's lots to look forward to in this series for me.
I think the one thing I'm personally looking forward to the most is Miss Esports using the Danny Boy profile pictures again. I hope you saw that as well, the beautiful profile pictures they of course used. But we're just waiting for everyone to get in, make sure that they are ready and good to go. And as we are waiting for that, you already said it, 3-0, 3-1 is your prediction. I'm going along with that, saying around a 3-0, maybe a 3-1. Well, the only real way to figure that out is seeing them play, and we are getting them into the match just right about now.
Yeah, and I'd definitely be hoping to get him proven wrong on that. You know, Miss Esports taking the win would, of course, be, I mean, it would be a sight to behold. As we're actually getting into gameplay right now, I guess we'll see.
We will see, and we will go underway. Of course, TT Willhaben still looking to regain after their shaky start with that forfeit loss that they had. Are they going to be able to come back from that? I personally hope. TT Willhaben, especially if they're playing with a full roster, is a team to look forward to. And I see one tiny thing that we weren't expecting to maybe see at the start. TT Willhaben is indeed playing with 2/3 of their roster. NKS and Futura. Oh no, my apologies. NKS, and it is indeed also, let me check, LU, who are both playing. So we have 2/3 of the roster.
Yeah, Shane staying out on the bench there. Probably a more ideal situation to be playing with as much of your main roster as possible, keep as much stable. But even that one sub, you know, it's stuff like that can lose series that otherwise you might be expecting to win. As we see him put in bottom left already, 1-0. I mean, that was quick.
It is quick. LU just giving them right a showcase of what is expected to see. And it's a good startup and exactly what we kind of hope to see from TT Willhaben. Not to be too mean to Miss Esports, of course. I hope they will do well, but I semi-hope and expect this to be a bit of an beating.
I'm gonna go against. I'd love to see an upset here from Miss Esports, appropriately named from what I've seen in the last series, as mean as that might sound. But you also have to sympathise with Willhaben because, of course, forfeit loss, not ideal circumstances, and of course playing with a sub now as well. To be honest, I'd love to see both of these teams do well, but of course that's not always possible.
Yes. Putting it to the side for Futura. Can he gain some control? Putting it into the middle, but it seems that Miss Esports can take the control of the ball for sometimes as LU putting it middle. And this is something that we're going to hopefully enjoy a lot. TT Willhaben with the passing play coming from the post into the middle and gaining their 2-0 lead. And this was just what I was going to talk about. I hope, and we're already seeing it a tiny bit, TT Willhaben is a very passing orientated team. I hope we can see that a lot of times.
Yeah, that can really work very well against a team that maybe not as, teamwork based defensively, looking a tiny bit more awkward, but already they brought it back within 1 goal. I mean, at the very least, we will get a game out of this.
Guys, getting it from Barney, setting it all up, maybe not expected, and we can already hear some excitement coming from Danny Boy, because he's very happy, of course. We know he's cheering on Miss Esports in the background.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's watching away on this other broadcast. He's got up on the other screen cheering away. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you hear a few cheers even in the commentary booth. Hopefully, once again, I really would like to see Miss Esports do really well here. And listen, they're proving me wrong with the 3-0 sweep. Despite the 1 goal being 1 goal down, they seem to be quite solid as Shea ends up in a 1-on-1 there, able to defend it, get off to the side.
I mean, so far, Miss Esports has been quite impressive. They haven't looked as shaky as we may have expected at the start. As this ball goes back into the middle, Chikaisi who gets it once again. NKS with a weird touch right there. Not what you like to see, Opti. Looking to put it into the middle. This is once again an offensive push, and the demo may create a lot of offense, but the offense won't be going too far. This was too weak, and LU puts it to the side.
Yeah, some clean gameplay here, demolitions, everything coming out, all the stops, and sometimes they say offense is the best defense, and in this case, certainly, Futura faking that touch up there just allows teammate a bit of pressure in the box area, and Futura finds himself with a bit of space, looking to keep the offense.
Oh, almost getting the goal, but the post denying them 2 times in a row. And I can confirm, yes, Danny is indeed in the background cheering on Miss Esports, but he won't be cheering for long. Shikaisi getting the save of the century. Please tell me that goes in.
Unbelievable stuff there. I thought for sure that was Orange team conceding, but Futura accidentally pinching it in, and bottom left it just about sneaks in.
What was that? What did we just witness?
I mean,
this
is what Miss Esports are capable of. You know, an odd tactical whiff here and there, a bit of sloppy play, and all of a sudden the ball's in your goal.
I mean, sure, I think they will be very happy to take that. But for TT Willhaben, you must think to yourself, how did that go in? How did we just get scored on from there? Well, now you have to be careful to not get another one against you. NKS trying to bring it back down, can't do it all alone. LU. Good position for him right now. Gets a shot on target a tiny bit too high. And it seems the Woodfork has Danny's blessing for themselves as the ball just does not want to go in.
Yeah, Danny blessing Miss Esports there. A couple of posts, couple of crossbars, but they're still under pressure, still struggling for boost. But that's a lovely pass up. Maybe be able to create a bit of offense there.
Could you imagine if we do see it happen where Miss Esports win this series?
Well, I don't think it's 2-2. I mean, it's possible.
I don't see it happening, in all honesty. But it would be probably the most fun thing we've seen on this stream so far. As here, Barney looking for a shot, can't get it himself. Shikaisi has the opportunity, but barely missing it.
And it's not the first time we've seen Barney no boost, just not able to get the finishing touch. Surely this is a goal, but somehow it's kept out for now. And oh no, that really should have been cleared away to the corner.
We spoke too soon, and NKS finishing it off. But this is scary for TT Willhaben, because you're seeing it right now. Miss Esports has a lot of opportunities to their name.
Yeah, and they're really forcing Willhaben into some awkward positions and capitalizing on it as well. I mean, even they're able to get some sustained offensive pressure, which I wouldn't have necessarily expected.
Well, maybe unexpected with the offensive pressure. Barney has an opportunity right here. Can he get it? No, gets bumped and demoed for all the troubles he's trying to create, even though Barney hasn't created that much. And yes, for anyone wondering, Miss Esport is still rocking the Danny profile pictures, and I'm still in love with them.
Oh my god, I haven't even checked. There they are in all their glory. Oh my god.
Beautiful.
It really just makes you want to cheer for this team more as we headed it down to 15 seconds.
Well, me saying they were gonna get beaten, and I would like to see them. Well, they're clearly not getting beaten as badly as I expected. Barney here with a couple of seconds to count has an opportunity. Opti, what can he do? Well, not too much, but it's still an opportunity for Shikaishi. Gets it up in the air. Opti can't get it himself, and the ball will drop down. TT Willhaben takes game number 1, which is expected, but not in the manner they've taken game number 1.
It's not a bad showing at all for Miss Esports, able to keep it within 1. Not too many shots coming out, but the defense solid. Shikashi, well, I hate some of these names, so hard to pronounce, carrying Miss Esports on, getting both the goals and a lot of saves. Barney, unfortunately, missing 1 or 2 key opportunities. Maybe he's the win condition for Miss Esports. You know, if he can finish off a couple of opportunities, get 1 or 2 better clearances out. What do you think?
He could be, but we're missing a couple of players. I believe someone is trying to get back into this game. We will be taking a tiny bit of a breather. I think that's very important for both these teams, taking that breather. Just relaxing, taking your time. They have that time right now. It's clear they can, and it seems to be taken. And we're just waiting for one person. But what's important right now is for TT Willhaben to, 1, reset themselves. You won, but you didn't win in the convincing manner we expected at first. On the other end, Miss Esports, chef's kiss. Beautifully done. Game number 1 was pretty much almost everything you could have wanted.
Everything you could have wanted, bar that extra goal to bring it into overtime. I mean, they did have the opportunities, they just couldn't put them away. That's the one difference they need to make, the one change that they need to make, the adaptation. Just get the ball in the goal at the end of the day.
Ball gets put to this side, and it's TT Willhaben looking to create offensive pressure right from the get-go. And KS putting that back down, but Opti getting it gone. Barney, what can you do? Well, you're not quick enough. So Futura says thank you very much and moves on to the offensive push.
Futura looking to pull off a mechanical masterclass there, not quite able to make contact, but keeping the offensive pressure, and that's in. And it really should be defended at the back post.
This is the type of stuff I like to see from TT Willhaben. Quick 1 passing play. Barney, bit too slow. Danny would have probably flamed you till no repair. I will be a bit nicer. I hope for you Sam is a bit nicer as well. We will not. We will move on, just as TT Willhaben will be looking to move on and maybe create a second opportunity.
Are you looking to get the ball up the field? Orange side unable to keep possession, but now mounting an offense. Possibly able to do something, but last man taking a bit of a risky 50, but manages to get it through.
I guess. Not being able to do much. This is looking good for Miss Esports. And Ankes with 0 boost. Gets the 100 right there. Getting past Barney. But Barney at least getting a bump. Shot is too weak and not even on target actually. As Barney now has an opportunity to get it away. 0 boost is not gonna do you well. You need a tiny bit more, especially against TT Willhaben. But really, I am impressed by the play that Miss Esports is putting out. I know we're only a minute into game 2. And I know we just saw a second goal go in. But comparing the way they're playing right now to what we saw in the first series of today, they're playing a lot more comfortable.
They're doing well in the midfield, but as soon as it gets to either box, it seems it's either going wide of the goal when it's in, of course, the opposition, but they can't quite pull that off when it's on their own half. It always seems to go in. Maybe getting a tiny bit nervous when the ball gets a bit too close to the goal line, which, I mean, understandable, but it's something you're going to have to cut out if you don't want to reverse sweep this.
Yes, can't get to the ball himself, leaving it for Shikaishi, the one that has impressed me and probably you as well the most so far from Miss Esports. Barney putting it in the middle. Can Opti go for it? Yes, he can, but he has a bit of trouble going for it. And Barney gets demoed. I think that's a bit of a rude demo. It was not very much necessary, but Eliu has a shot opportunity. It hits the post, not inside, leaving it for Shikaishi to go all the way back to the other side, but Zero does it for him.
Yeah, it's very interesting stuff here. I mean, I don't really know what to say. Mist just need to tidy up. I mean, they just need to miss the ball a tiny bit less. I guess it's in the name. It seems outside of the whiffs, though, they're doing a really good job. It's just when it comes down to it, they're not consistent enough with getting the clearances and getting the shots on net.
I mean, it's semi-expected, and now TT Willhaben is showing exactly what we somewhat expected from TT Willhaben. The dominance, the playstyles, the passing plays. Looking for maybe a bit of freestyle shot right there. You probably shouldn't do that too often. Opti looking for maybe a double. Can't get it with the bottom of his car. And now Barney gets out beaten all the way back. And Shikaishi gets a save for his name. But it's still not looking good. And the passing plays are non-stop being looked for TT Willhaben. And it's becoming a bit scary, isn't it, Sam?
Not a bad pass and play there. Barney just lacking the power slightly.
No.
Didn't quite have the boost.
Oh,
Surely
no.
that's not in.
Oh, no.
I thought man just caught a tiny bit too high up. I don't know if he was lacking the boost, if he was just caught. I mean,
Who
It's a-
expects that?
I mean that's a fantastic play in fairness from Willhaben, but I mean, it should really be defended at the end of the day.
Yes, but again, Sam, who expects that type of pinch? Top corner with quite a lot of speed with it as well.
It was well placed in fairness, and it does seem like Willhaben, the blue side, are really just going for highlight plays at this point. It seems like they just want to add something new to the highlight reel, and at 4-0 up, I mean, who can blame them? But maybe this is the opening miss need to get a bit of momentum back, and there we see it, bottom left. Not bad at all.
Opti creating a chance right there. Barney setting it up for Opti, allowing his team to push up. And no one really there in defense, just leaving it a bit up. Is that TT Willhaben maybe thinking a bit too little about Miss Esports?
I mean, it seems they're thinking they've already got game 2 in the bag, when that is most definitely not the case. We're almost half the game left to play. If they don't take this seriously, it could be turning backwards very quickly.
Oh, NKS push it to the side. It's Opti now, looking for some control. Can he gain it? Well, he did have some control, but not for long enough, leading to Futura having to be quick. And it's Barney who is quickest overall, trying to look for a pass. But sadly enough, Ghosts cannot hit the ball, and no one was there to even find the ball. It's a bit spooky for Barney to see those types of passes being hit to no one.
Yeah, it really is. But at least they're getting those passes out there and looking to create, not giving up. And I mean, if they're going to have any chance left in this series, well, then that's the way to be.
Fully agreed. NKS pushing it forward once again, looking for the double. Finding the one tiny millimeter, the last couple of pixels to put the shot into, and he finds it.
Not a bad angle at all, and you can't blame the defense at that point. What are you going to do? It's a matter of stopping them from getting into that position in the first place. But realistically, at the back wall, there's only so much you can do, and can you blame them? A minute left on the clock. I mean, you're going to be going at all-out offense. You've got to find 4 goals. So what else can you do?
Aliu is just dribbling Opti, bit casual right there, just normal things. You know, just the normal. If you can't beat them, just dribble them away. Simple as that.
I mean, yeah, it's not a bad strategy. I hope to see a little bit more of it, to be honest.
Well, one strategy that's also working is just TT Willhaben. Their shots have been lethal. Their passing plays, especially a pass back here to NKS. What can he do? Setting himself up while finding the ceiling, but not on target, sadly enough. If this is the way TT Willhaben will continue, I really hope we get one really good clipped goal, because that's always beautiful to add onto your highlight reel plays.
Absolutely, and with the commentary to boot, I mean, I hope they get it as well. I'll take some impressions on Twitter, thank you very much.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Of course, always tag us as well. Of course, at LTXSam RL, at SpooksCast, you know. Give the cheeky follow. Always got to do that.
Very much appreciated, of course, as Messi Esports looking to get one, a commiseration goal, maybe get a bit of momentum back with the reverse sweep. I mean, that would be a highlight.
If they reverse sweep, I'm eating my pants.
I'll join you too. I mean, that would be setting. I mean, it'd be an interesting interview at the very least.
Just us eating our pants as the entirety of Miss Esports is laughing at us.
Yeah.
Would be interesting. Would be fun. I hope we can at least get some salt and pepper on top of it. But I don't think we're going to be eating any pants tonight. This seems very likely to head into a sweep from TT Willhaben. Just as we no longer got a sweep, as we just got away from getting only sweeps, we may be getting back into it anyway.
Yes, let us get into game 3. Is this where the reverse sweep begins, or I mean, I don't even want to think about what happens if it doesn't. Miss eSports losing. I couldn't see it myself.
It seems so unlikely. It would be wonderful. It would be probably everyone would probably be calling us out for match fixing at that point. Because let's be honest, that's the only way it really is gonna happen.
I mean,
Let
yeah.
the
I was gonna disagree with you, but I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, at this point we almost have to hope that they don't, for the sake of the reputation spooks. I mean, they could be down in the drain.
The only way I can see this becoming a reverse sweep is all of a sudden a Miss Esports allowing everyone else to play on their controllers and stuff like that, and then having just like Kate up, Final Plan, and Turbo Pulsar make the reunion. That's the only real way I can see this going into a reverse sweep.
Well, as you say that, Willhaben, if kind of suspicious, all in Dignitas decals. I wonder if there could be something behind that. I mean, a few players playing on their accounts, perhaps.
No, that's probably just them channeling their inner Dignitas, trying to do well, and then losing in playoffs, most likely.
Well,
But
listen, it shows. I mean, they the league play is going well at least. So, I mean, I guess we'll have to follow that through to the playoffs.
We will see that as here comes a shot, no, just a tiny bit too wide. You can see that TT Willhaben is still looking for those freestyle type playstyles. Getting a pass into the middle, Futura cannot get it in. They do need to be careful though, because unlike game number 2, they don't have that big 3-0 lead or 3-1 lead. They're still 0-0, so going for too many freestyle plays may lead to Miss Esports getting a lead.
Getting some momentum as well to boot going into game 4 with, you know, I imagine losing a game after freestyling for 5 minutes is not ideal, you know, for the mentality. So, is that the win condition for Miss Esports? Willhaben just continue freestyling? As I say, that a ball has just snuck into the goal, but it feels like that's not even unexpected at this point.
Oh. You know, in the gaming community, we have a bit of a thing that we always say for those types of moments. It's just a simple one letter, F.
F to pay respects. Fake kickoff though, I like it. Demolition coming through, looking for Futura. Can he get off?
Please, Futura! Nice shot!
I cannot believe that that was allowed. I mean, at this point, could we be... Forget F, could this be a forfeit perhaps? I mean, after that, you'd almost be considering it.
Miss Esports is rocking the DannyBoy decals. They will never forfeit.
Maybe
decals, profile pictures.
I would love to see a DannyBoy decal. Perhaps
I would not. I would be terrified.
Well, if any orgs want to pick up DannyBoy eSports, get in the item shop.
Don't give them any ideas. Don't give the man any ideas. We've all seen how horrible his last org was. But they do get a goal here. Alti making it possible. But can you just imagine how horrible DannyBoy eSports would be? Just his giant face on top of a car.
Just plastered all over it. It could come with a top it and, I mean, a flag. DannyBoy flag. DannyBoy wheels, just a spinning DannyBoy.
You're giving me nightmare fuel that I did not need.
I mean, as we're joking around, Miss Esports putting up a... I mean, it's a formidable defense, and it looks like they will be getting a goal here. Almost sneaking in. Futura a tiny bit awkward at the back post.
Well, they're at least doing something in the Danny way. They're getting the ball onto the post and not into the net. Liu looking for a double tap, won't have the boost, but gets the bump, gives it free for NKS, making it at 3-1, and we still have half the game to go.
I don't even know if he was going for that bump. I think he was all out of boost by the time he seemed to have ball cam on. I think it just sort of happened, and now the ball is in the goal.
Hey, that's kind of how things happen around here anyway. You just
It's
fly around, do some stuff, do some fancy stuff, and then boom, ball into the net.
I mean, that could be the tagline of this series, to be fair. NKS looking for something special, not quite able to connect, but Opti finds a bit of space.
So it's Opti looking for some control, can't get it past Futura. Maybe trying to get it once again started, pass into the midfield. There is no one there to be found as Futura does take the control once again. Look for maybe a flip reset, gets it under one, has the flip, but doesn't have the shot nor the power to take it. As Aliu gets bumped up, finds the ceiling, but will not find this ball. You do see that Miss Esports looking to maybe amp up the speed a tiny bit more, maybe hoping to create some mistakes coming out from TT Willhaben.
Yeah, still 2 minutes left to play. It really doesn't feel like it. It feels like this game's been going on for quite a while as Barney gets a win one.
Ooh. Within 1 goal. Unexpected. Especially coming from Barney. Of course, we've seen the men talk already. They were very, very confident, of course, coming into the interview we've had with him. But getting 3-2 overall, yes, TT Willhaben is maybe not playing as serious as you maybe would like him to be. But for Miss Esports, this is not so far a bad result at all. They've been keeping it quite close in this game as well.
I mean, that's the cast scores right there. I honestly do not know how that's happened at all. It seemed like there was a defense there, and then all of a sudden the ball was past the defense. But still, winning 2 goals. I mean, I still have hope, if nothing else.
You have hope. Danny Boy probably has hope. I've lost all my hope some years ago. Actually, a bit over a year ago when I met Danny, but that's probably the worst moment of my life. But we won't speak too much about that. We'll be speaking more about this game for Tira, looking to get it back into the middle. But get it, it's Barney, under control. Can he get it back for once again? Can he set up his team once more? He won't be doing it this time around, as both bumps and demos happening with both these teams. NKS, does he have to redirect? Gets it onto the crossbar, but no finish to be found.
Miss Esports player there, that could have been back winning one again, and you know, you really do feel like TT Willhaben is taking this team a little bit lightly, if nothing else. They're certainly showing that they're formidable enough to be taken seriously, and that's not something that Willhaben are doing. I mean, do you think they'll be punished for it? Probably not, but I mean, there's still that 1% chance.
The one problem for Miss Esports is, though, what I talked about before is that you're gonna be 0-3 now. And the teams that you normally expected to be in a similar position as yourself got some wins from unexpected locations.
This has got to be a goal.
Please let this be a goal. Please
so
don't. And of course
unfortunate.
it
No
isn't.
boost.
Of
Oh
course
my god. It was just doing that to cut you off. That's all it was.
No, go for it. Go for it. But it's NKS now. Looking for some control. Maybe one final flip reset into the middle. No, Elio couldn't get it himself. And as the clock will be ticking down, we will be seeing TT Willhaben go 2-1. And making sure that they will almost guaranteeing that they will be coming onto the playoffs. Of course, 2 series wins is normally enough.
Normally enough, of course. Rest of the games, still ideal to win. You know, we'll take a couple more wins. I mean, you know.
Of course, of course, of course.
I mean, if they don't want to end up like Dignity has a bit of momentum, certainly couldn't do any harm going into the playoffs. I mean, yeah, let's not talk too much about that.
But looking here from TT Willhaben's perspective, expected 3-0, let's be honest. I think everyone came in here expecting them to do this type of job. But for Miss, there were some good takes from this. And so far, compared to how I came into this tournament, expecting them to probably get swept by every single team, maybe one wouldn't be a sweep, they have been looking a bit better all around here. And this series shown that they are capable of getting those goals, are capable of getting onto the offense and getting some good games in. Now they just need that final little push to get them over the edge. But for now, Sam, I think we've spoken more than enough. I think we both need a tiny bit of a break after this trio sweep. So we will be taking one, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
you build out of lies and deception, raising your weapon. Every word you speak dripping with venom. You're playing with fire, preparing for war. I'm ready to settle the score. You're sounding the alarm while I'm trying to remain in the calm before the storm. I don't wanna fight, 'cause I don't like the way it feels. Those cutting words that never heal. Behind the barricade, you're tossing grenades while I'm trying to settle and disengage. You're playing with fire, preparing for war. I'm ready to settle the score. You're sounding the alarm while I'm trying to remain in the calm before the storm. Where do you go when you're young, when you're restless, when you're fun, 'cause you're desperate? Oh, here they come for a chance, for adventure. What's your poison? What's your pleasure? Oh, my city, she never leaves my city. She never leaves my city. She keeps me alive. Give it up for my city, oh, oh, give it up for my city, oh, oh, give it up for my city, oh, 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 give it up. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun.
Welcome back, everyone. We have just witnessed a 3-0 sweep, an expected 3-0 sweep, and from that, we have the manager of TT Willhaben. First of all, congratulations on the win. An important one to go on to the tomorrow, to the playoffs, because that's, of course, the aim. And coming in with one of the questions for you yourself, a bit outside of the match. As TT Willhaben with the original roster, what are a bit of the aims to see in this, well, of course, this playoff bracket that you hopefully get into, and RLCS and stuff outside of it?
I mean, the main goal, of course, would be giving the boys, the main players, a chance to go pro. We'll see if that can happen under Willhaben. I mean, for me as the manager and representative of the organization, I would be very happy to see my name of the organization horribly misspoken on RCS cast, because everyone struggles with Willhaben, as it is a German word. But yeah, no, I think the goal definitely is sticking together, playing with our strengths, going for the long game, and really trying to put another German or Austrian name on the RCS history boards.
Very interesting. I was just going to ask what your expectations are in the realms of this tournament, in the context of this. What would sort of be where you guys are hoping to place, and how you're going to do that?
I mean, we are super honored that we got even invited. Like, it's been one of the first invitations we got to one of those kind of like fun off-season events where, of course, a competitive mindset in the background, but I really see it as a fun way to get our name out, to meet some other players and some other organizations as well. And I mean, of course, we're in it to win it. That's been the spirit since the beginning of the team. We've seen some good performances from other teams. I mean, MonkeySquad has been popping off in the last game. Even Miss eSports, they took us by surprise in the first game. Even this last game, they definitely put us out of our comfort zone and punished us hard for mistakes we made. But yeah, in the end, I think we of course want to win it, and I think it's doable. It's definitely going to be a challenge, especially with the other group. They also have some very strong teams. We saw them yesterday, so we were quite impressed by the quality of the competition in this tournament. So we're very happy to be here.
So speaking of that competition a tiny bit, looking forward to playoffs and in your own group right now, who do you see, and let's pick two teams then, as your main competitors for, of course, going into the finals and maybe winning it all?
I think I would have said EGE, but then they got beat by MonkeySquad, so I don't know, I put a 50-50 on one of those two teams. The other big name I have is, of course, Irie Legacy. I mean, they have Resears and Cabo in their sub positions. They haven't played yesterday in the group stage, but I definitely think we'll see them tomorrow in the playoffs. So I think they definitely going to be a hard team to beat. I mean, Resears, insanely good player. Cabo has a bit of a break, but has been, of course, been grinding and is always up for good tournament experiences. So I think Irie Legacy and whoever has the better day tomorrow out of EGE and MonkeySquad.
Good, and thank you, of course, for being here. We will go to a short little break. We wish TT Willhaben all the best in further of this tournament, and we will go to that break. But don't go anywhere. It will just be very short.
girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Well, I did say we just had a short break. Of course, we just got done talking with the manager of TT Willhaben. Very nice to have that interview, but we will be slowly moving forward to our next games. But as we do that, let's look a bit at the table. And is there anything standing out to you, Sam?
I mean, of course, MonkeySquad 3-0. I mean, it's got to be acknowledged at the very least. Doing a fantastic job. Miss Esports, VG Venom. Didn't get to see too much of Venom, but Miss Esports, of course, 0-3. Despite obviously not the best record, picking up a game, of course, very impressive and somewhat unexpected. A lot of people are expecting that they wouldn't be able to pick up any games. And of course, the Willhaben forfeit game, very unfortunate. So there's definitely an argument of, oh, are they undefeated? Because of course on the pitch they are. But yeah, I think they're definitely the main takeaways from the table.
Yes, it's like you said, MonkeySquad going 3-0, and with that, because of all the other results, MonkeySquad is confirmed to make the playoffs tomorrow. That's already congratulations to them. They still finish it off for the seeding, of course, but this is for Miss Esports and for FG Venom. You now have to look quite hard to make it to tomorrow. Of course, we will be going over one of those matches. It will be VisionGaming Venom playing against ChromeGG. A matchup that, in the beginning, we expected to be fighting for those bottom two spots, whoever is going to end up there. But I don't think either of us would have expected that ChromeGG comes into this match standing 2-1.
No, absolutely, and it's actually something I overlooked just looking at the table. I didn't think anything of it, but no, you're absolutely right. They've had a fantastic showing, and are turning out to be something of a dark horse.
Indeed, and maybe they can pull something more here. Of course, a win here will secure them their spot into the playoffs, and I think for those boys, it will be an exciting moment, of course, because this group, well, we had 3 top dogs that we expected to make it to tomorrow. All those 3 are technically on the top, and it's always going to be a fight for the last spot. And for ChromeGG to make that last spot is wonderful to see. Just for VisionGaming Venom, you now have everything in your own hands. Win this, and you pull yourself up, and you pull ChromeGG down. You still aren't done that just yet from that, but it will be the setup for everything.
Yeah, and it's a very important game for both teams, of course, as you just mentioned. I mean, this is playoff chances going out the window, and of course, you know, to confirm playoffs for ChromeGG, so massive implications for the outcome of this game.
And then, of course, VisionGaming Venom. It is, of course, one of the more lesser-known teams, maybe with the players, but same as can be said for ChromeGG, actually. Both of these teams are not that known. So we're going to see both these teams play out in front of the stream right as we get underway. Both these teams seem to be underway already and seem to be wanting to start. Their engines are waiting to get all the way open. Any expectations from this, Sam?
None at all, none whatsoever. I'm going into a completely blank slate. I would, of course, be expecting ChromeGG off their current form to be taking the win, but I'm not going to be making any assumptions whatsoever today.
Well, I personally, of course, at first you would never be able to guess who will be taking the win. I am semi-expecting this to go indeed for ChromeGG with a 3-1. It won't be as easy, but they should be the ones taking this, as here comes the first shot from Nukes. Cannot get it past the defenders, but it's still onto the orange half. Shot coming out from Skyor, actually, but not good enough. And it seems that so far VisionGaming Venom is the team to take the advantage and take the first couple of shots.
They're coming out strong, controlling the midfield, controlling the boost, and immediately Chrome put on the defense, which is somewhat unexpected.
Mazukisa has an opportunity. It's the first opportunity, and they will take it right from the get-go. Beautiful shot. Just a bit of a placement there from Sin, puts it right on down, and here you can already hear Skizzer scream, I got it, and he puts it in.
Very unique pass. Skizzer taking the initiative, putting it in within 40 seconds of the start of this game, and that could very well be setting the pace for what's to come.
And what I personally always love, we've had it yesterday with Atlantide Wave, but the people in chat going wild for ChromeGG, they definitely have some type of fandom behind them and behind their names. It's beautiful to see always when they do get that bit of hype behind them. Hopefully it helps them out with a bit of the nerves, knowing like, hey, yes, we have some fans standing with us. As Nukes can't get to it, Skyor in an awkward position, has to be quick right here as Waylones trying to force some bit of offense from his own team. Skyor has an opportunity, puts it in front of the net, can someone finish it off, but no one is there to finish it. I don't think anyone expected that ball to be that free.
Yeah, no, Skyor just sort of moving the defense out of his way, straight line everyone, just some sort of magnetic pull, pulling them away from the ball. Don't know quite how that happened, but almost getting a goal for it. Very much could have been the game-changing stuff, but unfortunately the opportunities missed. But in the midfield, Skyor looking for a teammate.
The ball gets pushed all the way away to the blue half. It's Nukes looking for some control, puts it high. Can he get one more touch? No, misses the ball, and that's always going to be awkward for your teammates. But this is a good pass back. But the ball seems to be going all the way back to the orange, to the blue half. I misspoke there for a second because it's a bit of an awkward place to be in right now. Sin gets the 30% with no boost. You can't do that much.
Yeah, Swizz getting a decent 50 out. No teammate to follow. Skizzer gets the opportunity just outside the box. A brilliant demo. Surely
beautiful.
This is it.
Beautiful. The demo play, the team play. This is what we like to see. As a coach myself, I love seeing this. A pass onto the wall. Call out saying, hey, I'm going for a demo, leaving Sin to just have the easiest shot of his career. And 2-0 from ChromeGG, who just comes out of this game all guns blazing.
There's just something satisfying about as clean of a play. Everybody's getting involved, and could we be seeing that again as all of a sudden a pass coming down the infield, but goes down the other side?
Skyor winning it back middle. Skizza gets a huge clear, and this might be in. This might be in for the third, and Skizza will take that all too gladly. And let me put this down once again. If it so happens that ChromeGG takes this win, they will be securing themselves onto tomorrow for the playoffs. Of course, that's their aim, that's their goal right now. They want to get to that point, and it's just one team standing in their path at this moment. Sin putting it high. This is a good place for a shot, but Waylos does not allow that shot to be taken.
And Skizzer really being a key player here, 100% goal participation, and could very well be leading them into this playoffs confirmed position. You know, I mean that would be massive. As down the infield again, maintaining the 100% goal participation with a second assist.
It's just comfortableness from ChromeGG, and as some people may have pointed out, of course they're using beautiful profile pictures. That's a wonder to look at. It seems that everyone in this tournament knows how to use good profile pictures and how to use them good.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that at all, but now that I'm looking, they are most definitely some magnificent profile pictures. As VG Venom looking to get one on the board, looking to mount some kind of offense, but unable to do so as it's turned back against them.
For, of course, VisionGaming Venom, you're looking at it right now. You must be thinking to yourself, 4-0 down, we need one goal. Just one goal on the board can help you so much in your mentality, knowing like, oh yeah, we can score. This is how we do this type of things. But we need to get that a bit quicker, as the demo in the midfield will open up some space for ChromeGG. As I almost die personally right there, it seems that the offense is not dying down at all for Chrome.
Yeah, really don't know what's quite going on there from Skyor. As Nukes gets in flying, he'll be LFT for the hopefully not too much longer, but with misses like those, who knows? Gets clearance out there to make up for his mistake and get the ball out of the deadly area.
Ball put back into the middle. Waylones should be getting the 5th right here. Nukes getting this save, putting it back 4th once again. Nukes gets it to the side, but with 0 boost, you're not going to be able to do that much. Looking for maybe a musty. I like that bit of comfortableness, like feeling like, okay, I have 0 boost. There's not much I can do here. Let's go for the musty.
I mean, at that point, why not? I mean, if you're going to get a touch, I mean, that's not doing very much. Why not make it a musty, you know, just for the sake of the stream, for the fans, you know, sitting at home watching.
mean, enough fans are watching indeed. This ball back onto the backboard. This should be finished maybe by one of the blue sides, but no, once again, the shot's not on target. And they've had shots. They've had plenty of offense. It's just not looking too good right now for them as Waylounds put it back in front of the net. Sin, can he find the finish? No fifth goal just yet. And they're still looking for that. They would like a fifth. Of course, a bit of stats to add to your name is never too bad. Sin can't get it himself. Waylounds putting it back forth once again. Of course, game one going in favor of ChromeGG, showcasing, hey, that forward win wasn't just everything. We can win all on our own, and this shot getting denied last second.
I mean, they weren't able to get a goal, but that's at the end. That hopefully gives them some amount of confidence. I really would have liked to see them get a goal just to avoid the perfect sweep and show, yes, we can score against you. This is how it happens, as you said. And but now, I mean, 8 shots, none of them connected with the goal, and not even. I mean, 2 of them weren't even saved.
A lot of goals went unanswered, and ChromeGG is showing good offensive prowess. But I do have to point out that VisionGaming Venom did not look too bad with their offensive prowess. They had shots on target, they had shots onto the offense, but they just weren't good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're not wrong. At the very least, they did get shots on target, and quite a lot of them as well. But does that just show maybe the opposition's defense is just too good? I mean, I suppose that's what we'll be going into game 2 to see.
Of course, and what I always like to do with these types of games is look at, hey, what can be changed? Is there some type of stuff that they're going to be able to adapt to? Of course, for VisionGaming, it is important that you adapt now. You cannot go again without scoring a goal. You cannot lose 4-0 again. You need to show your good side right here, right now. Because I'm going to say this plenty of times, and you'll probably hear me say it plenty of times. They will probably think, Spooks, please, shut up. You've said it enough. But it's the last chance for VisionGaming. Lose this, and you not only put yourself out of contention, but you put Miss Esports also out of contention.
And of course, you don't want to end up, this next game is so important. You don't want to end up having the reverse sweep. Statistically speaking, it's not going to happen. Now, of course, it can happen, but statistically speaking, it probably will not. This next game, they need to make the adaptation and at least find a way to score.
Of course, and we're just waiting to set some things up. Of course, the lobby wasn't too good for the players. They complained a bit about it. But it was the people from ChromeGG that complained, and they still won 4-0. So what can they do on a good server?
I mean, that could be scary stuff. I mean, if 4-0 on a supposedly very laggy server, although who knows, maybe this is just a bit of a mind game saying we beat you 4-0 and we were lagging, when in all reality, no issues whatsoever. I can't imagine that's the case, but that'd be a hell of a strategy.
It would be, but it is, of course, in these long periods of times where you are remaking a lobby, which of course happens from time to time, you have some time to talk to each other, to be like, hey guys, what do we need to change? What can we change? You have a lot of time now to start up once again, and we just wait for these startups, because there's an expectation from yourself. Are we going to see the same thing happen again from ChromeGG?
I think it will be still a ChromeGG win, but I think it'll most definitely be a lot closer. I mean, a little bit of a break between. It's unfortunate as it is. I think that might break up their momentum a tiny bit. I mean, in the same way a tactical time might would, the same amount of time. Teammates have a chance to talk. There's nothing you can really do about it, but it's the reality of the situation that momentum will be lost.
What I'm currently loving is someone is spam this bin to help out Sin. I like that type of stuff. I like when that comes out and you see it. But right now, it isn't helping enough. Maybe you need to spam it a tiny bit more, because they have been on the defense for the first 30 seconds, but have broken out right here. Bump coming out. Sin, the man that was talked about with a bin, not being able to bin the shot in the net.
Toppin's not quite. Skyo, though, finding a shot on target. That's a hell of a save. But Swizz will be able to get a follow-up touch.
That is looking good from VisionGaming Venom. Getting a good shot on target. A perfect shot almost. Just the only imperfect part was that it didn't go inside enough. Waylounds looking to create an offensive pressure once again. Not getting it. And this is now Sin's ball. Passes it to Skizza. Can he pass it back? Not looking to pass it back. But Sin goes for it anyway and hits it a tiny bit too hard. Waylounds with the shot just hitting the post.
Skyro baited a tiny bit by the post. Wasn't quite sure if I was hitting it and went for the percentage plays. Wiz gets decent clearance out. Unable to maintain possession though. And Chrome able to just keep the ball, keep the boost, and keep the momentum on their side.
Nuke trying to create something, but it seems to not be working right now. Skizza not getting a touch, but it's still in a good position. But two people committed for that. It leaves a lot of time open, and the net is wide on open.
Oh,
This
no!
should be in, and this is exactly how it has been going for VisionGaming Venom. It has just not worked out, and if this one goes in the other way, it would have been very painful.
This is what we need to fix. We need to get these guys some custom training packs, some shooting packs, anything. A pass would have done, a shot would have done, but it just... I mean, I don't know how you can even let that happen.
Well, it seems that the Twitch chat is currently very much harsher than what we have been. We've been quite nice. It is, of course, the Danny.
That's a fantastic bump.
Nukes finds that goal, and that is the first goal they get. Skyor putting it in front, and it just gets put in by Nukes in the corner. Perfect placement.
Here we go. Is this them finally getting a goal in this series? It should have been earlier. Absolutely should have been, but they've made up for it. They've gotten a 1-goal lead. 3 minutes left to play though, and already some whiffs and another missed open net. This is some questionable gameplay to say the least.
It was a good passing play, but sadly enough, not on target. Now the ball gets pushed all the way back, and it's Skyor with a small touch all the way to Nukes. Can Nukes, the man looking for a team, prove why he should be on a team? Well, this time around he didn't, but he has scored the 1 goal they've had so far. This is a good ball in, and he scores the second one just on the wrong net.
Once again, not quite sure how these goals are sneaking in. The shooting is not fantastic. Nukes just finds himself a tiny bit too far off the line. And it's back to 1-1, half the game to play. And it's all tied up.
Like you say, all tied up. This is a good opportunity for Skizza. It just hits the post and doesn't get shot on target again from Waylounds. Sin puts it in front once again. Is there a follow-up? Waylounds puts it into the net. A weak shot, but it doesn't matter because they take their second and are back inside of the lead.
While it's storming ahead, the playoffs are already looking to go 2-0 up in this series. It would be... I mean, it's certainly the ideal circumstance, but is VG Venom going to have anything to say about it?
Doesn't get it to the corner too well, and this leaves VisionGaming an opportunity to take control. Swiss gets it past 1. Can he get it into the middle? Well, Sin touches it once again into the middle, but it's just too far for anyone to get to. Leading to Nukes now having to take control, putting it in the middle for Skyor. Can he go for it? Maybe looking for a pinch, but this one didn't work out too great. Entering the last 2 minutes, it's Waylounds with the control. Can't get it past. And it seems that for finally, the blue half of VisionGaming has been able to sustain some offense. This one goes away, but it's back onto the offensive side. Skyor, this one must be on target. And the 2-2 has been made.
It's not a bad shot, and it was almost saved as well. Not sure who it was who went for the squishies. Wylons perhaps. It was Sin. Just tiny bit too wide. Almost maintained the lead, but not quite, and it's a fantastic shot.
Now back in the tied game. That's not what they like to see. Of course, game 1 they won quite confidently, and this is put in quite confidently.
Yeah, immediately another goal off the kickoff. I mean, it doesn't do much for the mentality of VG Venom, especially knowing that they are 1 game away from series point.
What may be painful is that, well, Nukes is still looking for a team. He's currently playing with this team. Is this a tryout or is this just a team that he's still with at this moment? That's something I would like to know. Maybe we can get some info from the people that are more in depth with the Swiss scene. Until then, I will just assume that he's LFT and will be LFT for a bit longer. As right now, they're still not looking the greatest, still looking to find those shots. And what I do find, well, quite impressive is ChromeGG. They have been looking like a team. A lot of the times, they've been looking for passing plays. They've been looking for shots that they include with each other. Maybe a couple of bumps and stuff like that.
Just got some inside info there. Nuke's currently the coach for the team. Just recently joined and may possibly be trying out with them as a player.
Oh.
Guess we'll see. That is a fantastic goal.
That is just mean.
Well, it's not.
Poor defense. Look at this. This is not how it. That bounce is never happening. Normally, never.
Guess Sonics doesn't care if it's fair or not. That's the way it will be, and a 2-goal lead leading them into series point. Do you think the reverse sweep is on the cards, or do you think they'll even get the game to a Swizz puts one in? 1 goal is the difference.
Well, they're at least coming back with this type of style. Nukes putting it in a perfect position. Swizz, the speedy man himself, gets himself on the score sheet, and now everyone of VisionGaming Venom has scored.
The pass from Nukes is what made that play possible, of course. Maybe getting picked up, but after that kickoff, that was very precarious there, and it will lead to a goal.
Waylands maybe finishing off the game right here, putting themselves 2-0 up in this series. Of course, it is possible to get 2 goals in the last 35 seconds. It is just very, very hard.
It's sub-ideal. Certainly a bit less than ideal. But that being said, it's going... Found myself a time of colorblind there for a second. I was getting excited. I was thinking VG Venom was scoring when really it was going in their own net. Sky are looking to make something happen. They really need to make this happen now unless they want to end up in a position where you're looking for a 0-second goal.
Sin. I think the position as well gets put high once again. Sin takes the control, and the control is more than enough what they need, because the last couple of seconds are counting down, and they will be counting down way too quick. It means that we are 2-0 up for ChromeGG.
Much better showing for what it's worth to VG Venom, of course, able to score 3 goals in that game as opposed to last game with 0, and keeping it close all the way throughout. Of course, extended to a 2-goal lead near the end, but that was just a couple of overextensions, trying to get a bit more offense going, which you cannot fault them for.
And now it is a do or die. You're either getting back with a reverse sweep, or you get nothing really. You go out of the tournament at that point. You still have to play one more game with the other team that is at the bottom, but it's very, very unlikely that you're going to be able to do much, because what I said before, I'll say it again, I've told you, I'm going to talk about it all the time. You need to win this one. This one series for VisionGaming Venom. If you lose, you're out. You're basically securing the top 4 their spots.
It is very simple, and maybe they're just not understanding that. Maybe they're like, okay, right, we'll get him next series, you know. But maybe they are understanding that. That's a deadly demo, getting a bit of offensive pressure. All of a sudden, ChromeGG struggling for boost, and on the goal line, some dodgy saves, and a shot comes out, not quite able to hit the mark though.
Swizz putting it to the side, looking for one more, getting it into the middle. Skizza can't get it himself. It means that Waylands follows it up. It's a good touch from Skyor. Can he get it to Swizz in the right manner? It does. It is a shot on target, just not strong enough. Getting Nukes in an awkward position all alone. This ball goes forward once again into the middle. Can someone finish that off? It's shot on target, but it gets saved by Nukes this time around.
Looking for a flip reset there. Certainly a very creative player. Would have been curious to see how that worked out if he got off. Swizz getting the ball past too. Suddenly there's an offense. Is there someone down the infield to collect it? There is, but not for the team he's playing for. Wyland's looking to get something going here, but there's just a lot of 50s going on in the midfield here.
Nukes. Can he do it all alone?
That's
He
a hell
does
of a
with
goal.
the flip reset.
What a goal that was, Nukes. I mean, the flick off, it was unnecessarily powerful, but just powerful enough to the point where, no, it's not going to be hitting the crossbar. No, it is going in, and 1-goal lead in a game they need to win.
Gets the ball to the side, Swizz. Maybe looking for a second, but won't be getting it this early on. Now it's Sin with the control. Maybe looking for a flip reset himself. Can't get it himself. Skizza puts it back in forward of the goal. Skyor gets it away from his own field. Pass into the middle. It's a tiny bit too far away from Nukes. The idea is there. It's just the touch was not on point. As Skizza puts it onto the backboard once again. Is there someone to follow it up? Yes, it's through Walos, but it's a tiny bit too weak, and Nukes will never allow that ball to go in.
No, and his Swizz task with clearing this ball out ends up to Wylands. Scorer should be able to get to 50 off here and hopefully get the ball out of their half and get a bit of offense going. Good offense, best defense, and that's the strategy I think they should be going for.
Skyor gets 50 by Walos. This means that the ball goes all the way back to the orange half, and it's still a 1-0 lead for VisionGaming, and that's a good thing for once. They're staying ahead of the enemies. This is a good pass forward, but Nukes is not allowing it once again. Let's Skiza. Let's sit back forward. Can Sin do something with his ball? No, Skyor brings it all the way back down. Waylones presses it into the middle once again, but the touches are not the same that what they've been before. It seems that ChromeGG is panicking a tiny bit right now as they're trying to get back into this game.
A lot of it comes down to Nukes, of course, being very unpredictable. You don't know if he's going to hit left, right, fake or put a high. And here he finds himself with a flip reset. Who would have thought he'd go for that? Unable to connect though, and he leaves his teammates in kind of an awkward spot.
Swiss in a tough spot right there. Takes the control but puts it in the middle once again. But Waylone's not allowing it. Speedy Man himself blocking it off as this ball gets dropped down. But no one there to finish it off. The pre-jump may not have been the best idea, as this ball just gets not touched by a single person. Eventually to the side for Skiza, who has the control, brings it back down. Waylones, can he finish it off? Looking for the shot, finds the crossbar, and Nuke finds a huge clear all the way to the other side.
I think he'd be getting that save there. Thought Nukes had him on the straight, but Wylon's looking a bit time of an awkward play. Opts to take it down, but gets 50'd out. Nuke's looking for the infield. No one there though, at the very least not for his team, but Wylons is there, unable to get the corner read, and that should be an open net, but it's not going to connect.
Sadly enough, that one didn't go in, but they will be trying to regain themselves once again. 1 minute 30 left. The clock is ticking down. The setup for the reverse sweep is being made, but how long can they keep on making it as this ball gets pushed back to Skiza? The control is there, but Nukes forcing it away once again onto the orange half. He has been a huge menace to the ChromeGG side. It has non-stop been Nuke. This time around, no boost to follow it up himself, but it just wastes more time and time and time.
Third man very slow down the midfield. I'd hope if they're looking to keep this 1-goal lead, you'd want to speed up there on the defense. Seems like they've gotten the hang of it now as they managed to take the ball out through the midfield and mount an attack with 50 seconds left on the clock. They want to win this game, they're going to have to score now.
They're going to need a goal quite quickly. As Sin up for this ball, push doesn't even connect to it, and that's not what you like to see as this ball gets pushed away, but it's not on target. The clinicalness that we saw in game 1 and 2 is nowhere to be found as Swiss is starting to set up himself. Pass on to Nukes, but it was a tiny bit too hard. Now Sin pushes the ball back onto the blue half, and this time it works around for him. Swiss not allowing it, and it's just non-stop this boom ball, and it works only in favor of FG Venom.
Here we see the final attack. Sin should be able to beat him out, but not quite. Wylons looking to take the ball out of the corner, not quite able to keep possession though. Might they be able to do something, but no, the ball is going to hit the ground. Series score 2-1 from GG as they lose that one.
A very important win. Will we see a reverse sweep be set up? Of course, they still need to win 2 more games to get that reverse sweep. Well, on the other end, ChromeGG, you still have enough chances to take this W home, to get yourselves into the playoffs. Because remind yourself, that is what is at stake. Playoffs. What we all want is, of course, to get into that spot.
Of course, and just give a little shout out to Nuke, because I know he was doing a lot of good work for his team. They had a lot of score, a lot of hitting the ball. Also, a lot of just tactically not hitting the ball, just sort of hanging out in the midfield. You know, you don't know quite what he's going to do, a bit of time wasting. Just get the other team thinking a little bit about what he's going to do, and that's what shifted the momentum in their favor.
But it's putting the ball back into the middle, not working out this time around. Leaves it for Nukes, and Nukes has the control, and we've seen it before. The man can be a menace all alone. Pass into the midfield did not work out, and this means that the demo is very handy. But for who will it be handy as Nukes the shot right onto Waylones?
Skiz are looking to get this ball out. Sin there, he knocks it past him, and that'll end up in the possession of the blue team, who's quickly looking to mount an offense before the orange team can get back.
Nukes pushing it back forth, can't get it himself. That's Skiza with the control, but leaves it all alone. And I just have to reiterate this non-stop true. Nukes has been impressive so far. He's non-stop getting good touches. He's non-stop being a menace to the offense, and he's not really allowing anything from ChromeGG to be set up. Here has an opportunity. Shots on target a tiny bit too high.
And a similar play going down the other side of the pitch, unable to connect, and Nukes finds himself with a lot of space and puts it up to his teammate Skyo, who should be able to beat him out. Skizzer looking for a unique touch down the infield. Nukes somehow up for that, does well. Wylons though, down the middle of the pitch. Oh, unfortunate whiff.
No! That should be in. There should be someone shooting it on target, but instead it gets pushed onto the backboard, and this allows them to push back on to the orange half. Sin getting the save right there and taking a bit of control. That's a good sight to be seen. Can he get it into the middle once again? No, this time around Swizz blocking him off. One more touch needed. Into the middle we go. It's not on target, but leaves it open for someone else, but no one there to finish it off.
Fortunately forced to dip out of that musty there. Just double jump down, get down to the ground as soon as possible. Wasn't fast enough, however. Nuke's putting the ball out wide to Swizz. Down the infield.
Ooh. Will we see it? No, we will not see it, because Nukes. It is non-stop through Nukes, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, no, he's really doing a fantastic job as he gets demoed, filling in the gaps for his team. Sin looking to get some sort of 50, create something, get it back to a teammate somehow. Going for the demo, balance up high in an awkward spot.
Can't get it himself because Skyr just takes it through. Doesn't matter who is in his path. He will just keep on going past to the forward side. And that's something I want to see a bit more from ChromeGG. Look for those passes. Well, here he was looking for one, and the person he was trying to pass to got demoed.
Fantastic pass, opportunity not exactly seized, but they keep fresh and it's a good demo out.
Swizz can't get it himself and gets blocked once again. Skyr into the middle. Can Nukes take the shot? He puts it high. This might be a good opportunity for someone else, but Valence puts it away once again.
Sin should have the space to deal with this appropriately, but oh no. Unfortunately, that is unfortunate. I lack a boost, I'm gonna assume. I mean, what else could it be?
Well, what it is it's a goal for FG Venom. They are in the lead and are trying to set up a reverse sweep right here.
Doing a good job at I mean, trying. I mean, it looks like they're succeeding. Unless ChromeGG pulls something out soon and shift the momentum back. VG Venom has been all over this game.
It's Valence with the backboard. Can he get it again? Can he put it into the middle? But the shot not there. The follow-up is there because of a tiny whiff. And that's all that was needed for ChromeGG to put themselves back.
Both goals not a particularly hard save. Maybe showing consistency could be the key to this victory. 1-1, 2 minutes left on the clock.
It's going to be a tough last minute and a half. It can lead to the victory of one team, or it can lead to the victory of the other, who can put themselves into a reverse sweep possibility. Whoever it will be, we have no idea. We're just casters. We're just here to cast as this ball almost from Nukes, and it finds its way into the net through Skyr.
And Nukes credited with the assist. Almost a fantastic goal. Swizz just clearing out the entire defense, leaving Skyr the bottom left to slot in.
This is beautiful for VisionGaming Venom. They're putting themselves right back in the lead quite quickly as well. That's the more important part, I think. The way they came back so quickly didn't allow for it to go not their way for too long.
Sin finds himself a bit of time looking to create something as Nukes is caught off guard and Skyr a bit of time of his own, but not used too well there. That's a bit awkward.
Shot is there, demo is there as well, but the shot is not on target. And Skyr saw it through the smoke. He could see that the ball was not in the right spot, and he finished it off to the side, not allowing them to come back too quickly. Now Sin with the control, with the flip, beautifully done all by himself.
Solo player, I was expecting him to take it lower. Be surprised if Skyr was thinking along the same lines, hesitating slightly. Of course, we don't know if the player's going to go higher or lower there. 2-2 to equalize, 49 seconds. Could we see it OT?
Overtime would be wonderful, wouldn't it? But Sin trying to maybe finish it off right from the get-go. It goes to Skizzer here. Puts it high. Nukes not in the best position. Lets his team take over with Swizz. Valence. Good ball to Sin. Sin has a shot right there. Nukes in an awkward position. And Valence is looking to finish it off right here.
And somehow this is turning against VG Venom. A series of defensive blunders. Nukes looking for the big clearance off the back wall. Just one unreal unit is the difference. And 25 seconds for VG Venom to take this to game 5.
You need to do it now or never. The ball going up into the air. It's Nukes. With 0 boost, you're not going to be able to do much. Trying to look for a pass. It goes all the way back to his own half. Swiss with the control touch hits it up. Sin is there to push it back and down. Is the follow up there. The shot is there. And this is the same ChromeGG we saw in game number 1.
And 20 seconds, we've got to see some kickoff goals here, or else VG Venom are looking to be eliminated.
And how wonderful would this be for ChromeGG going into playoffs? I'm not quite sure if they expected to make it to playoffs in this regard, but they are in a perfect prime position to do so. As here, they're looking for maybe a 5th pass into the middle. Sin takes the control. Maybe not what you needed right there at that moment, but they don't care. The clock is ticking down. The last couple of seconds slip away from VisionGaming Venom. I think everyone knows, and I think especially ChromeGG knows, you are on to the playoffs.
And Wildon's not even allowing the consolation goal, clearing off to the corner. That's gotta hurt.
This gotta hurt, and especially for VisionGaming, you go on, and they are now on to 0-4 together with Miss Esports. They are playing each other, which is probably the more fun side. They're playing each other in the last round. They will be deciding who will be going, well, without a single win. But for here, we have ChromeGG taking the win 3-1, moving on and putting themselves into the playoffs. But what position they will take for the playoffs, they will need to show us that in round number 5. But I think it's time for a tiny bit of a break, Sam. We've been talking for way too long with this game. It's been way too much excitement. We'll be right back after a short break.
but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for.
Welcome back, all of you. We've just seen ChromeGG secure their spot in the playoffs. Of course, we have the coach Valid and the player Valence. I probably will say that wrong all the time, but congratulations first and foremost, of course, to making the playoffs. And then comes in my first questions, and first it will be aimed towards Valence. Did you guys expect to make it to the playoffs?
Well, obviously, we got to be realistic. We didn't fully know what we were coming into here, getting invited, very short notice, and I think what the focus was really just play our game and try to play our best and see what happens. And we made it now, and we just got to go and take the next step from there and push for even more.
Valid, I suppose you can answer this one. Do you have any expectations going into playoffs, and is there any teams that you're particularly afraid of, or any teams that you'd particularly like to get matched up against?
Going into playoffs, well, we've still got one game to go. I think up to now I've seen all the teams. I've got my eye on about 2 or 3 of them at the moment. Well, 3, that's only 4. So all of them in our group. Unfortunately, TT Willhaben had to FF their game. We were looking forward to play that one. They looked really strong in their other games as well. Got MonkeySquad next, and before that it was... I can't even remember who we played. That was a good game. It was a good game though, they put up a good fight as well. And this game, again, VisionGaming, they played actually really well. first game it looked like they were getting going, and then they came in after about second game. They did start to pick up, and I think they lost it about a few minutes into the second game, and then after that, you know, they came out pretty strong, put up a good fight, took a game off us as well. So, you know, fair play to them, GGs.
So, looking on to your next opponent, and this is a question for both of you, but we'll probably start with Walones first and then you, Valid. You're gonna be playing next MonkeySquad, one of the teams you've already highlighted a tiny bit. What is your plan coming into that? Because, of course, it's gonna be a seeding match at this point. You're confirmed, you're in, it's just a seeding match. Whoever wins gets the higher seed.
No, I think for MonkeySquad, we're going to be going in with a positive mentality, trying to work the ball into the box and try to really push them in a way, and not to reveal too much of what our plan is, but overall just play a positive game, have a positive mindset, and then adjust accordingly.
And then Valid, what is your opinion on the next match?
MonkeySquad have been really, really strong this whole invitational from today. Definitely one we need to come out and perform. Like that game then against VisionGaming, in defense, we were just not there sometimes. You know, we took a lot of pressure. We weren't able to get the ball out either quick enough or any of the follow-ups. It was always either a long clear that came straight back into our half, or there was no one there. Some of the positioning in defense wasn't right at all. Obviously, every time that happened is when we conceded. And those mistakes can't be happening, not against a team like MonkeySquad. So I think we're going to have a bit of a chat as well as a team, come together, see what we need to change now and how to change that before the next game. And hopefully we see a different result.
Well, once again, congratulations to both of you for making it into the playoffs, getting your spot there secured. I wish you very much of luck in your next match against MonkeySquad. But for us, we will be taking a short break in before we get underway with round 5 of these games. Don't go anywhere.
Keep it to yourself for once. Oh, I think I found a new way out, way beyond your shadow doubt. And I can't breathe. Oh, I hope you're keeping count of all the times you let me down, and all the things you said out loud, the bullshit I could cry about. wanna fight. I think I wanna fight. I think I wanna. 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 I think I wanna fight. I think I wanna. I think I wanna. I think I wanna. I think I wanna.
Welcome back, all. We just had a bit of a conversation with both the coach and a player from ChromeGG who just secured their spot, of course. And as we get underway, we look a bit at the table right now, and all the matchups that are being played out at this moment in time are for seeding. Both the tied fifth spots are fighting each other in one of the matches. Then we have TT Willhaben against EGE and MonkeySquad against ChromeGG. We will be covering on our end TT Willhaben against EGE, but let's take a quick look at the bracket. And for you, Sam, well, 4 teams are tied. Isn't that something that is a bit incredible to say?
Yeah, and thank God it's not for an important spot, because it's very frustrating if you're losing out to something like the game difference. I mean, that's the last thing you want to happen. And even with the bottom 2, it seems like their game difference is exactly identical as well. So, I mean, it certainly makes things easier on the tournament organisers that there doesn't have to be any extra matches played.
And it's always, of course, the happiest thing we can have. And the one thing we wanted to see, but for both these teams, and this is something that we came into this today expecting to be a match between the top 2. And that it would already be secured that these 2 would be the top 2. That nothing else would come in between them. Yes, these 2 are top 2. Nothing else matters, really. They're done. Write it off. Whichever one wins is the one that comes first seed. And so on and so on. But instead of that, whoever loses this match has a chance to become either the 3rd seed or the 4th seed. No top 2 seed for one of these teams.
Yeah, which can certainly make be time a bit demotivating that you're playing for a seed that definitely isn't number 1. Although hopefully the motivation that you're playing against a team very similar level, the competition all comes into that. So yeah, hopefully we have a fantastic game to watch.
Definitely. And of course, just to reiterate, ChromeGG is playing a MonkeySquad. It is an off-stream match, so we won't be able to see what will be going on there. I know a lot of the ChromeGG fans will probably be sad about that, but they will also be happy they made it into the playoffs. While on the other hand, we have EGE and TT Willhaben waiting for each other, slowly, patiently getting ready. And while we look at the rosters, we already have seen both these teams. It has not looked too good for EGE when we were watching them, of course, losing to MonkeySquad. But on the other end, TT Willhaben, if you look at the way they've gone through tonight, they lost the forfeit, then swept, and it's probably looking to sweep once again tonight.
Very powerful team. And EGE, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that they even dropped the series. I mean, it's a team of very talented players, so the fact that Willhaben is going in with a technically better record is a tiny bit surprising to me.
Maybe, but from the way I look at things, it seems that Morks has joined the lineup for EGE. For people who don't know or are newer to it, Morks, an incredibly talented player. A French player that should normally be saying enough about them. But Morks is a really, really strong player. So that's a really good one to have onto your side. Together with Seth here. And, of course, still there as well, Fleek. It seems that they got rid of Stas, gave him a tiny bit of a boot. Like, you've done your job tonight. We've made playoffs. Goodbye. And are now playing with this setup.
Yeah, and Morgs, of course, seems like he'll be playing on laptop just based off his Steam name. Very interesting stuff. I'd be curious if that's his normal setup or if he's just...
No.
No, I mean, yeah, no, fair enough. Do you know if he has much experience playing on a laptop?
As we just got some inside info, of course, this just proves how good he actually is. Morgs is currently in the top 100 of trees. The man is grinding the game and is good at that game. But you have, on the other hand, TT Willhaben, and that is no pushover either. I do think for EGE, Morgs may be a semi-improvement over Taz, as Taz tends to be a team player, and Morgs is more capable of those solo peak moments. Is it going to be enough against TT Willhaben? Let's get you a bit of predictions. I haven't thrown you too much into the deep end. Now I will. Sam, give me your prediction.
Oh, you're not going to do this to me, especially in a game of number 1, number 2 seed. I mean, they couldn't be closer. Willhaben, since they haven't actually lost the series yet, would definitely be the team I sort of forced to go, just based off statistics and what we've seen. But it could go either way, so I'll say 3-2 series score.
For who?
In favor of Willhaben.
For TT Willhaben, I have the similar score. I have a 3-1 for TT Willhaben. I think the team and of their player style will be more than enough to take care of everything, to do everything. And just as we wait for TT Willhaben, it's just a tiny bit of a patience wait. We always have to wait on them. It's always a nice thing to take a big breather in as we see them slowly joining up. I'll give it to you one more time, Sam. You've done your prediction, but what type of style do you expect from EGE to come out with against TT Willhaben, who's very passing orientated?
Well, from what a little I've heard about Morgs, he seems to be a very solo play mechanically orientated player. Very player who's consistent and individuality could bring a lot to a team. And I believe he's taking up the spot of Taz on the roster, if that's correct.
Yes,
So it would be him,
yes.
Zafar, and Flex, which goes very powerful roster. Zafar, I believe, played in Rival Series a couple of seasons ago. I don't know if that's correct. So a very experienced roster. And I think the ability to adapt over the course of the series is going to be the win condition. If they can adapt, I don't think they'll take game 1, but I think after game 1, they should hopefully have an opportunity to adapt, change the way they're playing, and make the tiny adaptations that are required, and then take the next couple of games a tiny bit closer.
Well, you've spoken enough now. We have indeed got our games on our hands. Like you said before, Sapphire with the RS title there. A nice little title, but it's been a bit ago. It was, of course, Sapphire and Taz, both of them having the title, but it is going to be underway. And I expect this playstyle to be very speedy from both these teams, not giving each other even an inch. As this ball gets pushed all the way forward, NKS getting it onto the backboard. Is there a shot on target? No, this time around, it doesn't get there.
Fantastic touch already, a bit of creativity coming out there for the blue side. NKS looking to beat him out there, not quite able to, but it won't be too deadly. And Willhaben looking to get a bit of offense going, and there it is.
NKS putting it onto the side, maybe looking for one more pass, maybe was a bit too much to ask, as Sapphire trying to push it all the way back onto the blue side. Aliu taking the control on top of Morgs. Morgs just being a bit annoying. Fleek in defense. Does he have the touch? Puts it away. A bump coming out as well, and NKS decides the better of it. Doesn't want to push up into that offense, as he saw that it wasn't fully guaranteed to get a shot on target. As Harry puts it in front once again. That could have been a beautiful pass. Sadly enough, we saw the offense dying down, but this one will not die down. This one will be hit into the net by Futura.
EG getting a tiny bit boost off there, just a constant offensive pressure. There's only so much you can do, and then eventually a shot comes in, you just don't have the boost to save. And it only took a minute for the first goal to go in.
TT Willhaben, of course, taking the lead, showing why they are a team together. Futura getting it over one. Is that good enough? This one ends up in the net. A tiny bit of a mistake defensively, and they will say thank you very much. That 2-0 lead may be already enough to get the win.
Sure, before scoring that, went for a bit of a wall last year, kind of just showing off a bit. Don't know how much of an impact that had, but 2 goals once again in only 1 minute of gameplay.
Aliu taking it easy, going back low once again, trying to get it past Sapphire, puts it in front of his net. Fleek quick enough to put it to this side, and NKS brings it back down. Fleek now has the control, gets it over one. Can he get it over the second? Nope, Eliu won't allow you even a second as the ball gets pushed forward once again. Sapphire onto the side, and KS puts it back into the middle. Tiny little touch there, but Fleek putting it away once again. It seems normality has slowly been returned.
Both teams really making use of the horizontal width of the pitch to throw their opponents off. Really just finding each other as this could find itself deadly as the demolition comes out. Blue team being put under a bit of pressure here, and the boost isn't looking too good either.
Fleek putting it onto the backward. That's Futura, puts it all the way back to the other side. And Zephyr not in the best of positions. Pass onto Fleek. Can he get a good touch? No, sadly enough, that ball got a bit too far away from the net. But he does take the boost and tries to be annoying, and that's what we saw from Fleek before. His mechanical level may be sometimes a bit shaky, but when Fleek is at his best, it's when he's demoing, when he's getting bumps in and being annoying. He is incredibly good when he's allowed to do that.
Once again, making use full horizontal width of the pitch. Although TT Willhaben perhaps being a tiny bit too happy to pass the ball away. You know, every single touch it seems is a pass, but it seems to work out there. It's 3-0.
Beautifully done by Eliu, and this is a good pass by Futura. Just a quick 1-2 all the way to the other end of the field. And you said about using the horizontal side of the field. Well, of course they're going to be very happy right now to do that at TT Willhaben, because, well, it just wastes so much time, and it forces the enemy to get into that as well, where you can't take that control. This ball dropping down onto Morix. Eliu not being able to do much with this, as it's Sapphire who has the control, puts it high, puts it in front of the net. Futura onto the side, will not allow even a single touch. And the ball just gets pushed away, and that's exactly what we're talking about. No real control being allowed from EGE.
That's a decent touch just to keep the ball in contention of the box. But a bit of a double commit coming out there, and it could cost them as all the players find themselves horizontally aligned. No third man at all. They seem to get away with it. As Flex looking to get this ball out of here.
Fleek looking for a bit of control, maybe getting it in front of the net. Look, and there is where he is good. Getting those bumps. Sadly enough, there was still a second and probably also a third player in defense to get that ball gone. Here comes the shot. It's a tiny bit too weak and a tiny bit too far off from the goal. Morix with the follow-up. Not strong enough. Fleek once again brings it in front of the net. It's Sapphire, but it's still hitting the crossbar. And Eliu gets the wide open net. Quite relaxing, isn't it?
And now we see 4-0. As we sort of alluded to beforehand, it's going to be EG's ability to adapt that's going to win them this game. This was somewhat expected in game 1. It's now their job to close, just tidy it up a bit in game 2, make the adjustments, analyze what exactly is going on, and capitalize on it.
What is going wrong right now is it's mostly just TT Willhaben being so under control, and it's just the team side showing itself. Of course, Sapphire, Fleek, and Morix, I don't think that trio plays together all that often. Well, on the other end, Eliu and KS already play a lot with each other, and Futura probably plays with them from time to time too, so they are quite used to each other.
Even just the use of space and the amount of space that's being allowed between the two teams is a substantial difference, and that's where the 4-goal difference lies. Morgs, clever fake there. I mean, at this point, I don't know if there's too much to be gained, but it does get them a goal. I assumed. I don't know how that's quite gone wide, but Sapphire should be able to get a decent pass in and keep the pressure going.
That's just the sad part, and those are the ones that you normally would want to go in. Sadly enough, it doesn't go in, and you see it. That's just the story of this game, right, of this series so far. And here comes NKS, just taking it easy, almost getting his own goal, but the demo makes sure that the clock counts on down even further. Ball will drop down, won't be doing too much of anything right now, and it is a 4-0 win for TT Willhaben. What a wonderful way to get us started.
Yeah, especially in such an important game to get such a substantial lead and even keep the clean sheet going as well. Everyone not quite getting involved. NKS choosing to sit back a bit on this one, letting Futura Eliu fill in the. I mean, NKS filling in the gaps, of course, for the other two, and now I guess this is the moment of truth to see if EGE can make the adaptations required.
It would be interesting if they can make that tiny bit of an adaptation, that change from EGE. Of course, you have the players for it to do that type of switch around, but it's going to be a really, really hard fought one to get into, because it's not going to be easy. TT Willhaben is here to play. Of course, let me remind you a bit of a tiny bit of a stat. The only game that TT Willhaben has lost is the one they had to forfeit. Everything else, they've swept. And they're clearly showing how they've done it, as here comes the first goal of game number 2, right in your face.
And when players this quality, I feel like I can be harsh enough to say that is not the greatest defense I've ever seen. 2 whiffs, and Xapher just finds himself a tiny bit out of position as well. All 3 players are fault somewhat, and 7 seconds in, this could already be looking like a reverse sweep situation.
I'm taking a bit of a chapter from Danny's book. It was almost diabolical, like that shot from Elyu. Yes, the defense on round 1 wasn't too good, but this one is just a beautiful shot.
So many gaps in defense. Xapher once again not able to get contact. Generally, I'm a bit more lenient on the players, but with players as experienced and playing at as high of a level as this, you'd expect something better on the defensive end of things.
It's hard, of course. No credit taken away from Elyu, who gets some shots on target who were beautiful. NKS looking for the double himself, won't have the boost to do so, meaning Futura puts it back into the middle. Can Elyu get another one to his tally? No, this time around getting blocked. But it's still TT Willhaben looking to sustain this offensive pressure. And honestly speaking, we might be seeing a sweep if this is how things are going to continue.
Yeah, and this is not a scary thought. I mean, certainly unexpected. You and I both predicted that they'd at least take a game. It certainly wouldn't be a full sweep, but at this point there could be a perfect sweep with no goals scored on the outside.
How wonderful would that be for one of your first casts in the Rocket League scene? Getting a full clean sweep, no goal scored. That's something some people can only dream of. Well, you can keep dreaming of that as well. Morgs just denied you one.
Yeah, ripping the dream out of my hands. Morgs on his laptop, able to place that one in. Xapher looking to steal it away.
Man plays better on his laptop than any of us do on our PCs, let's be honest.
Yeah, not an issue with that at all. Morgs once again on the ball. Fleek looking for the reset, getting up onto the back wall. Surely a follow-up. Xapher unable to find the power, but Morgs should be able to keep this tight, although it does. In fairness, the man is playing on a laptop, so we can allow him at the very least a bit of leeway. And on the counter, will they be able to equalize?
I mean, it wasn't in, so probably you will hear in PCs being like calculated, wasn't in, knew that. Xapher going up for a shot, can't get it past Elyu, who puts it all the way back to the orange half. And are we going to see the same TT Willhaben we saw before, where they are forcing EGE to rely on these huge, big, booming clears, where you can't really do much with them? Well, so far, it seems very likely. This is a pass to Fleek. Fleek gets demoed, but so does Futura. But Xapher, 0 boost, buddy. Ain't gonna get you far.
Clever play here from Elyu. Looking down the infield. Futura finds himself with plenty of time. Doesn't have the boost for the follow-up, and this should be going down the infield. Fleek looking.
Ooh. Oh, sad. We were both at the same time saying Fleek.
I think you and I were both hoping for some kind of Xapher.
We were hoping for this type of shot, weren't we?
Yeah, no, not bad at all. Passed out by Elyu. Didn't quite expect Xapher to be there and unable to make the save. NKS.
This means we are back tied up. A good job from EGE. May have figured some stuff out on how they want to play together and how things should be handled, but it's Futura taking the control. Can he get the flipper set? He does get the flipper set, but not a second one. Xapher ain't allowing him. Pass into the midfield is good, but Morg saw it coming from a mile away. Listen to that. It goes back to Futura, who puts it back. It's just non-stop boom ball right now. Both these teams not looking for too much control. Futura trying to get a shot on, but this shot is getting blocked right away.
Yeah, Futura looking for something special. He is the solo play connoisseur on this roster. Elyu looking, get the ball into the middle somehow, but falls back to Futura, who's looking down the infield.
Fleek trying to do it all by himself, but getting demoed for his troubles. Not allowed too much. And this one is Futura back into the middle. Another demo coming out, but Fleek, huge clear coming out. Elyu is the only one who can get to it. Can Fleek do it himself once again? No, this ball too far out of reach. Now it's Morgs.
Zapper forced to fully rotate. Hopefully should be enough to get them out.
With the control touch, trying to get another one, trying to get it on target. It is there, but blocked by Morix. Not allowing it, saying no, not allowed.
Bolds looking to start a 2v1. Future gets back just in time and will be looking down the other side of the pitch. That is on an NKS. Looking to steal a goal, but will stay to Future's name.
I'm just gonna let them watch this in silence.
I mean, yeah, it's an excellent goal. I mean, there's not much we can say about it.
That's not why I'm landing this. You are really the opposite of Danny. You are way too nice.
Okay, the defense wasn't great, right? But we're gonna look at the sparkly shot. That was like.
Look at him. The defense wasn't great. Danny would have trashed all three of them way longer.
Well, I did internally. It's just, you know, we'll try and keep the stream PG, will we?
I mean, you don't have to go over PG to be a bit rude, but it's fine. It's nice to know that the Irish also have a nice person among them.
I know, it's far and few between us. Decent clearance out, Aliu. No teammate for the follow-up. He'll do it himself, and Zappa finds himself a bit of time to create something.
Morx can't get it. And it's NKS looking for pass into the midfield. Fleek saw it coming and put it back away once again, but not getting a good pass to each other. Morx calling off everyone. It does work out in favor for a second, but Aliu getting it over to the defense and has an easy old tap in into the net. No problem at all. And Sam, quite honestly speaking, I'm losing my voice right now.
Yeah, and it's a hot. I mean, I'm already out of water. I can relate. Zappa getting a tiny bit angsty there. I mean, it's fair enough. 20 seconds left. Want to get a goal, but committing to that as last man, a tiny bit questionable. Let's see if he can make up for it. It's a brilliant clearance out. Someone should be able to play a Future's touch, but it's his teammate who's there for us, and surely that's a double.
Oh, I'm losing my voice. Aliu is showcasing why he is such a good player.
And why your voice is lost as well.
Why my voice is semi-lost as well. I was going to talk about how this game 2 was probably done, dusted, and move on from AGE. And then they get a 5th goal for TT Willhaben, and it just further proves my point.
Aliu looking for something. Although at this point I don't know what. I think they've got a big enough lead to probably comfortably take this into game 3 now. Of course, EGE unfortunately now needing the reverse sweep, which not a position you exactly want to be in. I mean, you'd like the first seed, of course. It's not necessarily required to stay in the tournament, but make your life a little bit easier. Take the win.
Well, just to put it in perspective, if you are first seed, you play against Atlantic Wave, the female squad they have. If you are 3rd seed, you play against Irie Legacy. If you get 4th seed, then it's even worse. You play against AOP.
I mean, the ideal situation is you're playing the lowest seeded team possible, because generally that's a decent representation of, you know, their skill and their form and how they've been playing in this tournament so far. So you want to play against a team with the lowest performance, and EGE, that's exactly why they'll be wanting this win.
I mean, I think if you're looking at maybe an AOPIC or maybe an Irie Legacy, you're looking at this game and both of them know either one of them is going to play one of these two teams. Just that knowledge must be terrifying. Knowing like, okay, we're going to either play Fleet, Mork, Zephyr, or Taz, or we're going to be playing NKS, Aliu, Futura, or their full roster, which is going to be even scarier, which includes Psy.
Certainly not a fun position to be in. I mean, I'm sure they're washing away. I'm sure I could see him in chat. He's just, oh no, what will we do? I really do wonder how much Morgs' platform is affecting him. The fact he's on the laptop, he doesn't seem to be making too many mistakes. That could just speak to his quality as a player, that he's able to not stand out as a weak link. Aliu perhaps looking for a double flip reset there, a bit of style, which blue team has been doing all day. That's a fantastic clearance.
Well, speaking about the laptop, I think it affects you quite badly. And this is Aliu, my goodness! He has been showing it through the entire day, but this series alone, if you haven't gotten him on your radar just yet, you should have him on your radar now. The entire TT Willhaben team should be on your radar. It's an incredible team that is going to be up and coming, but Aliu just showcasing the mechanical skill that he has all alone.
I mean, it's such a mechanical team, and and the fact that you can have a team that's that mechanical and able to execute against a team that's as good as his own side here, EGE, it's very impressive.
And now I'm no longer surprised that they've swept every single person and are looking to maybe sweep this one as well. As Morx on his laptop can't get past the defense. This ball just ends up in the hands of Fatura, putting it high, maybe hoping for another mechanical play by Eliu, and it almost happens again, but Morx not allowing it. He has seen enough mechanical plays to know what to do. This ball ends up in the middle, and KS almost getting that shot on target with Sapphire, saving the lives of EGE.
Morx backflipped out with that one. Fairness, you don't want to be going for that too soon. Plenty of time left on the clock, no risks required. NKS opts to pass up to Futura rather than the infield Aliu. Looking for something, finds himself possession, but not able to do too much with it.
Aliu looking for some control, maybe getting it into the middle. It's a good pass. NKS is quick enough, but he gets blocked by Morx. But this means there's only one person left, and Futura is up and only hits the post in a follow-up from Aliu. Gets blocked by Morx. Not what you like to see, but it happens still on Fleek. Has a good touch here in the middle. Can there be a shot? Sapphire puts it down for Morx. Shot is there. Fleek is not quick enough to catch up to it. And this means that they have to rebuild themselves once. Again, Aliu, not quick enough. Fleek putting it up, but it gets hit away by NKS once again. But we're seeing some speed coming out from EGE, finally.
Yeah, it looks like they're finally figuring something out, able to keep the midline pressure, able to get a tiny bit of boost starving going on as well. Blue side not doing too well for boost at this point in time as Morgs manages to get the ball past.
Ball back in the middle, it almost gets in. Eliu once again, he can do it on offense, he can do it in defense too. Making sure his team survives and keeps that lead. Fleek misses the ball, but Morx doesn't, as the ball gets pushed to the side for Tira. But in the best position, and the pass wasn't too great either. That leads still to a good offensive push that they can create. Eliu quicker than anyone else at the moment. Can he get another one? Can he get another touch? NKS, good touch into the front of the net. But Morx not allowing hit at all. Let us remind you, it is a seeding match. Both these teams are fighting for that first spot or to be third or fourth. You will not know until all games have been played out. But this ball being missed is going to be very harsh as the fake comes out as well. Can the shot be on target? Getting saved by Fleek, making up for his mistake.
Aliu looking to keep this boost off going. I mean, that's a fantastic pass, and what can you even say about that? It's a shame it didn't go in, but the third man should be there. Puts it in.
Painful. The demo chase from the offensive push. You see it right there. Eliu's like, okay, time to go for Morx. And Morx is just forced back, tries his best, but it's such an awkward position. It's almost impossible to get the save from there on out. So eventually the ball does end up in the back of the net. 2-0 lead, 1 minute left. I don't want to call it too early, but I think I'm going to be calling it. I think this is going to be a sweep from TT Willhaben.
I mean, 2 out of the 3 games they failed to score. Hopefully they can change that and at least get a goal in this game to start the counter. Aliu doesn't want to let that happen. Good offense is a good defense, and oh my god, this blue team has a fantastic offense.
Off leak. Tiny bit caught out right there with 0 boost. It's going to be very hard, and with those seconds counting down, dropping down, dripping down, just as this ball's dripping down once again in front of Aliu. Trying to drip this ball down back in front of the net. The shot getting blocked by Morx, but the follow-up is there as well. But Morx not allowing it at all. Fleek trying to keep them alive, maybe setting up an offensive push. Can he get a pass? Well, he does get a pass for Tura. Can he chase this up? He gets a bump of Tura, making it very awkward for him in defense. Shot in front of the net. Aliu getting it gone. And Fleek too far gone in front of the ball. 10 seconds left. Ball dropping down. Aliu just gets another one to his name. And this is the confirmation. We have our first seed out of Group Trox.
And this is just a victory lap at this point. 7 more seconds of just freestyling all over the other team's box. And, well, as much as I'd like to see our side get a goal, I don't think they'll even have that.
Eliu just casually wall dashing on the wall. Just normal, you know. Just normal things. No goal allowed. And this means that if I am correct in my looking, that TT Willhaben, of course, is gonna be the first seed coming in from Group Trox. but EGE is still going to be patiently waiting on what will happen over in the other side. We don't know what will be happening right there. We still have had no confirmation, but it's going to be an interesting one to see, isn't it, Sam? Almost.
Spam, as you say that. A bit of spam in the chat as well. Loads of stuff going on in there. I mean, any game where any of these teams in it will be so interesting to watch. I mean, the mechanical masterclass we've just witnessed, I'll watch that against any team.
It would be wonderful, but sadly enough, we will be going to a tiny little break. We will be getting an interview right after this and keep you updated on what will be happening in the playoffs and overall in the standings. So don't go anywhere. We're not done just yet.
You're standing your ground, ready to die on the hill that you built out of lies and deception, raising your weapon. Every word you speak dripping with venom. You're playing with fire, preparing for war. I'm ready to settle the score. You're sounding the alarm while I'm trying to remain in the calm before the storm. I don't wanna fight, 'cause I don't like the way it feels. Those cutting words that never heal. Behind the barricade, you're tossing grenades while I'm trying to settle and disengage. You're playing with fire, preparing for war. I'm ready to settle the score. You're sounding the alarm while I'm trying to remain in the calm before the storm.
Welcome back all, and we just saw a sweep happening from TT Willhaben, and of course, we will be having Bahi back once again. We saw him before, we see him again. how does it feel having seen your team going from a forfeit loss to then sweeping every single team in your group?
Pretty amazing. Like, if it hadn't been Christmas already, it would be a perfect Christmas gift, I want to say. But no, I mean, it was a rough start, bit of miscommunication on our side. We take the L, in that case, the forfeit L, and we recover. We group again. Mentally is our strong side, so we take it. Having not losing a game ever since, it's quite the performance.
Of course, you haven't lost a single game across the entire day, as Spooks alluded to, despite you playing with a sub. I mean, if your main roster was to play tomorrow, what does that say about how they'll do?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, big shout out to Futura. Like, if you have a sub like Futura, I don't know if it's even like fair to call him a sub. I mean, NKS and Alio know him from the Irish League, I think. They have some experience playing together, and he has been helping us ever since. Every time we need someone, he's there, basically. So, yeah, big shout out to him. And I mean, full roster is still a step up, for sure. But I think even with Futura, we are in a very good spot to take the tournament tomorrow, I think.
I think this is a big sign for all other teams to look at, seeing that a team that is playing with their sub is this dominant against everyone else. I think that's just not something you get to see quite a lot. Yes, there's maybe not the highest level of the bubble scene in this tournament, but it's still always good to show that dominance. And for you guys yourself, well, of course, with your normal roster, you would maybe do more. But coming in tomorrow now, with this type of playstyle, with this type of, well, confidence really to boot, I think anything less than maybe top 2 would be a disappointment, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, the players, of course, I need to win it. I said it before. I mean, you still gotta be realistic, though. MonkeySquad, for example, they took us. Every game was a lot of work from our side. We lost. Like, they lost very, very closely, like 1 goal difference. Even though it was a sweep, on paper it looked very dominant on our side, but it wasn't at all. Like, they are for sure a team we should look out tomorrow as well. And as I said, the other group has some very, very strong hitters in there as well. Irie Legacy, AOP Gaming, like a lot of teams to look out for. So yes, we are in it to win it, but you got to be realistic and stay grounded, so to say.
That's a fantastic mentality to have. Yeah, no, absolutely. And once again, congratulations on just a fantastic day 2 to follow up a fantastic day 1. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Well, I'll take it off you for one more second then, because, well, you guys know who you're playing now. You're playing against, and just making sure that I have this correctly, Atlantide Wave. The female Atlantide Wave squad, coached, of course, by the only Rasmaltor. Any plans for that, or is it just the same as always? Because from what I see from them, they have a similar passing-orientated playstyle like you guys.
Yeah, I watched them as well yesterday during the stream, and there's for sure a reason they are in the playoffs. Very good showing from them. I was very surprised, to be honest. Didn't expect that level from them, so I'm very, very happy we get to play them tomorrow and like face off against that kind of level as well in the playoffs. Playstyle wise, I mean, we are sometimes struggling to adapt, not gonna lie. So if a team catches us on the wrong foot, we might struggle a bit. So if they get a good start on us, elite, and we are off on our mental game, I might see them winning even, but that's of course not the plan. So we're gonna go on full pressure, full dominance, keep it as aggressive, and hope that Alio does not lose his mechanics from today until tomorrow.
Well, then I will thank you for being here for the interview, Bahi. We will say goodbye to you as me and Sam, move over to look a bit at the playoffs. And once again, thank you, and, well, best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for organization, and shout out to the casters and the people doing the work behind the scenes. Great job so far. Really, really an honor to be here and had a lot of fun. So, bye-bye.
Well, we move on, of course, to the playoffs, Sam. An interesting sight to behold. Of course, I will be going over to play the games a tiny bit. AOPIC against Chrome, who of course got swept by MonkeySquad in round 5. Then we have MonkeySquad, the team that swept them, against Team Solid. TT Willhaben, like we said, against Atlantide Wave. And then Irie Legacy against EGE. I know my match for tomorrow that I'm most excited for, but what about you?
Oh my god, there's so many. And over the course of today, I've gotten so familiar with so many teams. To be honest, I'm mostly looking forward to seeing Chrome play again, and also TT Willhaben, who are just very fun to watch.
Good point, but in my eyes, I'm going to be looking at Irie Legacy against EGE. That is a matchup I spoke about before, that either AOPIC or EG or Irie Legacy was going to face EGE, and Well, it's Irie Legacy that's the lucky one. And that's going to be such a hard match. But before we leave everything, for one final time, let's us look at the group stages. Let's us see who we lost and who we see coming through. Of course, the teams that are completely out. Ladies first and FC Nesix coming out from group. Stroby, who has lost there. And on our end, in group Trox, it is Miss eSports and VisionGaming Venom. Other than that, I think we've talked about pretty much everything, unless you have something desperately you want to say more, Sam.
No, honestly, I think we just sound like a broken record. We've done so much analysis into so many teams across today. I feel like the viewers have such a good idea as to what our thoughts are going to be.
Indeed, indeed. And don't forget, of course, tomorrow, 6 p.m. CAT, we will be here at the same place, like always. We'll be casting the playoffs from there on out. But sadly, we will be missing you, Sam. We will be thanking you for the cast tonight, of course. We'll be thanking the broadcast and, of course, everyone involved. But that's it for tonight. Thank you all for watching, and on to tomorrow. Goodbye.